Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. I hope everybody's doing all right on this fine evening. As I drag Beth onto the screen. No, don't. It's. I hadn't realized this because obviously you've changed your setup behind you, so it obviously doesn't match what I've done. But I can fix it fine. I'm also apparently kind of slightly out of focus, so that's gonna bug me. Anyway, I'll deal with the tech stuff in a bit. But before we get on to tonight's episode, we have a few things to cover. First of all, being if you want to support the show and can. You can do so by becoming one of our wonderful Twitch subs or by joining us on Patreon. Patreon gives us the biggest slice of the pie and helps us create even more shows like this one. Or one of our other shows like the current ongoing Urban Jungle game that's happening on Tuesdays. Or Lancer that will be soon to return in the new year. My brain has just kind of absolutely fogged over. Other than that, you can also
smell toast.
Always. In my life, always. No, so if you want to help us, but you can't, obviously, we don't expect anyone to give money if it's out of your remit. If there's ways to support us completely for free. Liking our tweets, sharing our posts, sharing our videos with your friends, commenting on the videos. If you see a short, make sure you comment on that and give it a like and a share, or going and listening to our absolutely free to use soundtrack available on Spotify, hitting up various versions of the format. Just do what you can to support us. We'll love you eternally. And for those who are already doing so, whether it's monetarily or helping us out just by sharing stuff, we love you. Thank you so much for doing so. Other than that, I'm not going to hold us back. We had a tense episode last time. So without further ado, let's get on with tonight's broadcast. So, last time on the Elendor Chronicles Season 4, Episode 24. This is Episode 25 of the season, which is that's a scary number that we've been going through this now, gang. That's a whole lot of episodes. But in the last episode, we left as our adventurers were amidst the culmination of an investigation turned disaster prevention. Valymr, Breton, and Ruby had been working tirelessly to prevent a possible assassination attempt of many nobles within the plains of the Nardathel. In the Kingdom of the Nardathel, the High Kingdom, some occult factions were working in the shadows to try and disrupt the kingdom. You had come off on a tip from a group of assassins that tried to kill yourselves after you descended from a plane of the abyss yourselves. But it turned into a bit of a goose chase, to say the least. You were dragged around, getting existentially close to solving who had done this, who was at fault, the evidence just always missing you by a singular step. But you did manage to rescue the queen, who was taken out of this plane of existence into essentially limbo between the realms. You managed to recover one of the seals reforged in to help you face down whatever was going to be coming, as after a visit to the gods, you discovered that there was very, very little time left. Your returning to the main castle left you in a peculiar space. Most of the guards and servants were found dead. The castle was eerily quiet, and it seemed the time was up. After establishing watch and grabbing many of the VIPs into some set locations, you three began to deal with the outbreak scenario that had happened around you, where the virus or plague or disease or curse, whatever it was beginning to turn random... sorry, I need to shut my door. Apologies for breaking the flow there. The virus had just turned many of the established population that remained in the castle. Breton went and saved a number of individuals around the castle. First, finding the bakeries had been infected with this some sort of organ-like rock that was corrupting the room, and just a sight of gore. You managed to secure many of the nobles in the plains of the Narderfell before Ruby turned to the great tower that once held the rookery. Inside, she found a crystal that was looking to disrupt the arcane protections on the citadel. Valymr, standing guard over the king himself, was approached by a group of individuals disguised as humans, who his quick wit and perception managed to foil their entrance to the king's quarters. Before long, you found yourselves pulled in various different directions, and it was in this different direction where Breton found the heir missing once again. The heir had disappeared into the tunnels below the citadel. Following the tunnels, Breton came across a strange chanting in an area of the tunnels that seemed to lead below the sept. A glowing red light filling the chambers with an ominous hue. He progressed alone down into the deepest, oldest elements of the citadel. Before him, he found the culprit of what was going on. In a circle of magic, you found the steward of the castle, with many of the other suspects and some other nobles of the realm trapped with an ethereal red visage from beyond, almost mimicking, puppeting the steward. The steward then sacrificed themselves to the ritual, and a blood lord appeared, in which Breton began one-on-one combat. The ritual was not gone unnoticed, however, alerting Ruby and Valymr to its location, who both rushed to try and help, to aid their comrade. Breton, within an inch of their life, managed to hold off long enough for his allies to return and for the group to dispatch the Blood Lord. However, the ritual was already far through and almost complete. Ruby used every element of power in her spent body to try and stop the ritual, only for it to fail, shooting a lightning bolt straight to the sky and apparently opening the heavens. We left off with all of you regrouping in the main stronghold, taking those who you have found as survivors into where the High King was, and getting as many people to safety as possible. We left you in the safety of the stronghold. It is not long before the commander of the High Guard, the elite guards, the household cavalry, returns with your little adjutant, Lieutenant Andrew, your ally within the High Guard, to tell you that the rest of the citadel has finally been secured. He, whilst you were fighting off the ritual and helping down with the ritual, was leading a counterattack, and he managed to rescue some other elements of guards trapped in different parts of the castle. And you have, as a group, retaken the citadel. But I return to you now, party. You are spent, but the night is yours. What would you like to do? Oh, also, before we get on with the actual broadcast, I need to give you guys a chance to get yourself some inspiration. So, in that regard, I need to ask you a question. My question for you today is the following. What is the breath weapon of? Sorry, I need to check my notes on this one as well. What was, should I say, the breath weapon of the dragon you fought at the second summit?
It was like some gravity thing. Like gravity breath.
By damage, it was necrotic.
It had 2 damage types.
Necrotic and force,
bludgeoning.
It wasn't...
Or force is probably more likely, yeah. Was it force and bludgeoning? Because I remember it was some kind of gravityness going on.
It had the anti-life gem. It's the reverse Joanna gem. That's what it had. It was in its throat. That's why I think it was necrotic and force. Because it was also a gem dragon, or one of them.
Yeah, I don't remember it being necrotic though. Then again, I don't remember
it even using its breath weapon on any of us.
I got murdered by his breath weapon.
I mean, all the gym dragons do follow the abnormal damage types. I don't remember off the top of my head what a normal amethyst breath weapon even does. That's Fizbin stuff. I don't know Fizbin stuff. If I had to guess, it was probably force as a default. Force and necrotic would probably be the safest bet.
You are all correct. Force and necrotic is the correct damage types. Valymr took extra bludgeoning because it did pull gravity, meaning he got lifted out of the air and dropped a lot. There you go.
That's right.
You win yourselves your point of inspiration to be shared between you for a point in this broadcast.
That's funny. I'm looking up the ancient amethyst dragon right now, just out of curiosity, and you know what it doesn't have? A breath weapon.
Singularity breath is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
No, this one did.
The shiny bead of gravitational force.
Yeah, it throws it like delayed blast fireball.
I breathe gravity at you.
Definitely felt like breathing gravity.
All right.
Listen, it releases a cone of energy. That's a breath weapon.
Yeah.
Either
It
way.
felt like it breathed gravity until it didn't feel like anything at all. Bliss. Unconsciousness.
I will say, for the sake of brevity, you are all within the stronghold of the Citadel right now. I am going to give you a long rest as well, but I will say, if there's anything you guys wanted to do in that time before you rested, let me know.
I don't think there's anything else that we can do. This is quite possibly a worst case scenario.
Ruby is just muttering back and forth. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I guess we should explain to the king what we saw, and to the king and the magic man. What was his name again?
The magic man. The magic man was there with you.
Yeah. I'm just trying to remember his name. Bad with names.
Usador.
Yeah. Just basically explain what it is that we saw, the wings, and who we think that is, and basically say that this plot, this whole Nullian conspiracy, definitely seems like it was just an element of the greater draconic threat. At the end of the day, they weren't separate, they were the same.
They were always working together. It just always seemed to be that way. But the situation we are in now is definitely worse, but not over, I don't think. If he would pour it out of the sky already, then I could say it might be too late, but he's not. There's still a net in place. There is still something keeping everything from sweeping through, which means even though things are bleak, it's not over. We have to figure out what we're going to do next.
We talked to the Iron Duke.
Only one seal is left. We don't know what seal that is. I think we should try and contact those people who we know are protecting the seals to try and figure out which seal is still standing. If it's Aureus or the Keepers of Brayla's Heart, or if it's Eladrin the Immortal himself. Whatever seal is still standing, we need to figure out which one that is.
I agree. I still think we need to go to the Iron Duke. He can communicate better than I can at long range.
He hasn't personally met every one of these people.
On that note, before I take my long rest, I am going to kneel in prayer to Aureus to see if I can communicate with the one that gives me my powers nowadays.
Okay.
Explain to him that we saw. What was the gem dragon's name again?
Zethacris.
Zethacris.
That one I remember.
That we'd foiled a plot against the king of the Narthel, that We failed to stop a ritual that seemingly released Zedaar from something. As in, I don't know, because we saw him flying across the ocean.
Yeah.
So, clearly he was already in this world. So what, other than, I don't know, calling this Blood Night, there was something else that this ritual was doing. And Zedaar was involved somehow that we saw.
Yeah, you saw other fiends and demons sprawling out of the clouds.
Okay.
Following it. It was, when I say it was, you saw shadowed wings above the clouds, like in the ether, in the nebula of these clouds, in the speckles of, if it was any other time than a scene of the apocalypse, the sparkles, the light, the colors in the clouds with the ripples of lightning, you'd almost say it was beautiful. But from it felt like something gave way and denizens of the great beyond began to flood. That being said, something within your resolve, something in your own experiences, your knowledge, whether that be from those who guide you with essences of their power, those that are just within your blood, or those who have charged you with your mission, you knew in your very soul that it wasn't the true end, if that makes sense. There's just that. It's almost like it's a smell on the air that, whilst it might be at its weakest it's ever been, whatever process is holding back the divine is still there.
Okay. Well, I'll just pass on the knowledge that all but one of the seals are broken, reforged into uselessness, and to ask for some kind of sign, some kind of communication, so that we know the seal that he protects, that he guards, is that still around? Is that still intact? Is it still functioning as a seal?
Sure.
This
Give me a
negative thing is
religion
really...
check.
Okay. I'm really good at these.
I'll say at advantage.
Oh, well, I got a 17 at the first try. Okay, we're starting off good. That's a 17.
Okay. Valymr, prayer isn't something that has ever come naturally to you. You've done it before, but every time it's like you struggle between what is belief in what you should do and mimicry of what you've seen others do. But you sit down. You take this moment of pause and relaxation's the wrong word, but calm. And you take a moment to reach out to that divine center of the great dragon's power that lives on this plane, that gold worm, Aureus. And you reach out to him. You don't get a direct response. It's rare to get a direct response purely through prayer. But you do get a vibe, a feeling of kind of glum, an understanding. There's a presence there. You feel it in your power at the very least, but there is... Your prayers are met with one answer. One word. Sacrifice. Do with that what you will.
Zedaar, do you still have access to your stockpile?
Yeah, Zedaar kind of... He's been like... Because I would say that you've like held up not in the main King's Chambers. That's still being kind of reserved as the stronghold, just in case anything's gone. But you've kind of... the library has been turned into a temporary barracks. And he's found like this... Shaylong kind of thing that he's just like completely like Sparko on. Yep. He's like he lifts a book of halfling poetry off of his face that he's been using to shield his eyes from the like the magical light in here that couldn't be turned off. And he goes, my stockpile of what? What is it?
Spells, scrolls, magic items. Anything you had in your laboratory.
I mean, if we can get back to my lab, there might be some there. I don't know how much was destroyed or if anything was taken. I have access to things. I don't have any more potions to get you more spell slots. And the energy from those takes... I have a supplier across the way, but I don't think I'll be able to get to him anytime soon.
Something tells me the wars are going to get longer, the battles harder. I'm going to need more resources if I'm not going to run myself ragged, and I'm not exactly good at conservation of energy. So, if I can get my hands in any wands or scrolls that might be useful in the coming fights, I would gladly take them off your hands. We're not done yet. We still have work to do. We can't sit here on our laurels waiting for the sky to fall.
No, we absolutely do. My first port of call is to check the protections of the citadel.
The crystals, right. I destroyed one... I don't even know if it was yesterday, if it was still today. They're kind of blurring together.
It would be yesterday now.
It was in the rookery. It was trying to dampen your anti-teleportation wards.
Yeah. Yes, I sensed such while I was in chambers with the king. For the sake of just so you have a full report of extra things that are going on throughout your rest, the citadel is retaken. The commander Fouquet manages to rally enough troops. Once the citadel is secure, Zedaar also checks through all the wards and reestablishes them. Those remaining in the citadel as well are now coordinating with people outside to re-secure the city and also mount a defense from things that are now harassing the general world. And from what you see, like, as well in the hours that you're resting, it's not like there's a concerted invasion coming through. It's more like someone left the door open, or it's, oh no, I'm going to do this in a rural American turn. You left something out on the porch and suddenly there's a bear there, kind of thing. It's more like wildlife is expanding into this realm. Not necessarily like the great armies of the great beyond are here. It's
emerging.
Yeah, it's like... if you ever played Elder Scrolls Oblivion, and when there's an Oblivion Gate, sometimes there's a few scamps and things just sort of like nearby that you're like, you're not from here. There's just like, so there's like trying to get reports of what's happened in the city, if anything else happened. And what you also get is more of those bloodlords, those individuals that you fought at the base of the ritual, appeared around the city and caused a lot of damage. That being said, members of the holy orders that remained here still, and some of your other allies outside of the city walls managed to help push them back and send them back. But there are reports as well coming in from across the various kingdoms that other cities had incursions of that type as well. Ruby, is there something in particular you're looking for from Usador's store, or just
Guns.
Just
Lots of guns.
Just sort of, is this like, what can I grab bag? I will also remind you, you've got a frick ton of things to identify from a previous cache that you guys have.
It's on her to-do list. What she's looking for more than anything is a scroll of time stop.
Time stop.
I know it's extraordinarily expensive, but
yeah, I don't know if Usador's gonna have anything like that. He's not a chronomancer.
who would? I guess I can ask around.
Yeah, he doesn't know if anyone has time stop as a scroll that there would be. If he had it, he'd be like, yes, I could get to you, but no. What he does have is a couple of scrolls of he's got a couple of scrolls of clairvoyance, like a good number of those, because he utilizes those a lot.
For me to take?
What? If you want them, you can take some scrolls of clairvoyance. He also has some scrolls of divination.
Oh, he's a fucking diviner. No wonder.
Yeah, he is. That's his main role. Is yeah.
2 scrolls of clairvoyance.
So,
how many of divination?
So he has 5 scrolls of clairvoyance he can give you, and five of divination if you need them.
Sure.
He also has 1 scroll of teleport.
That helps me out. I'll tell him. Save me the spell slot.
Precisely.
All right.
In a pinch, that would be very useful.
Would you mind helping me identify these items, since you're a diviner and probably faster at it than I can be?
He can definitely help you identify those items.
Spell scroll teleport, 5 and 5 of divination and clairvoyance. In just case of walk in, I need guns. Lots of guns. Whoosh! Pulls out a rack of spells.
Okay, so the first item he identifies, which is the book you picked up from that group of adventurers, is an enduring spellbook. Which is basically a spellbook that can't be damaged.
She'll hand it to him. She doesn't use a spellbook, but I look like a fucking wizard.
Can I tear the pages out? Oh, wait, it's enduring, so I guess not. Tear the pages out and use them as scrolls.
You get a moon-touched scimitar.
Just a +1 scimitar in the moon.
Mm-hmm. You guys find some +2 plate armor out of it.
Is that good for you, Breton?
It is an upgrade for me.
You have the potions of Cloud Giant Strength.
Also hand that to Breton.
It's one of those. You guys can grab these. They're in the party sheet. There's Ringmail of Force Resistance.
That's not
bad.
I will say, go ahead and finish them, and we'll look about who takes what when we're done.
There's a Sapphire Buckler.
That's...
You have resistance to psychic and thunder damage. When you take damage from a creature that is within 5 feet of you, you can use your reaction to deal 2d6 thunder damage to that creature. As an action, you can use the shield to help you locate aberrations until the end of your next turn. If any aberrations are within a mile of you, the shield emits a low humming tone for a moment, and you know the direction of all aberrations within that range, once a day.
Mm-hmm.
Not right.
It is
a lot of aberrations.
It's not a magical shield, it is just a standard shield, but it has... I mean, resistance to psychic and thunder damage might be really handy.
Mm-hmm. You have a scimitar of speed.
Speed weapon.
Also a fancy item.
And 2 scrolls of protection from celestials.
Interesting.
I can make use of the scimitars of speed.
So going through this list, I think I'm the only member of this party that actually uses strength for anything.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
So is there any issue with me actually taking that potion of Cloud Giant Strength?
Not for me.
Go for it.
Okay. And I don't know, because if either of you because I don't know if either of you either use plate armor too.
I can't.
I use a breastplate. I'd love an upgrade to my armor, but my breastplate's made out of adamantium, and I like not ever being crit.
Crit, yeah.
And
okay.
I can't wear plate, so.
If I could get a, full plate frickin' adamantium, I would be so hype. I just don't think we've ever come across that, and it's probably ridiculously expensive.
What am I attuned to right now? Ring of Protection, Gem of Seeing, and the Bloodwell Vial. I don't know. All of those are really freaking good for me right now.
In here, we do still have Boots of Evasion, if anybody wants to take that. There's still the Mithril Breastplate, but obviously you've already got a breastplate. You're adamantine, so you're not going to give that up for anything, Valymr. There's the Periapt of True Life, which is if you ever fall unconscious, you automatically stabilize at the start of your turn. Whenever you roll a hit die to regain hit points, it doubles it, and once per day you can use a reaction to give yourself 20 temporary hit points. Obviously the Sapphire Buckler's in there.
Midge, does the Boots of Evasion function just like the ring? You fail a saving throw for Dex, you can just choose to succeed instead?
3 times a day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Obviously,
the thing
scimitar
in the
speed.
party sheet is just a renamed boots because
Yeah.
the description calls it a ring.
Yeah. I think the only one of us who actually even uses a shield is Ruby.
Yep. My shield is a +1 shield.
Okay, so the choice is yours if you want to give up 1 AC for the Sapphire Shield. Because I'm at this point I'm using the Greatsword, that's a 2-hander. Valymr's using his Halberd, which is also a 2-hander, so we're kind of screwed on the shield front.
I would have to attune
You do
to
have
it.
the floating shield.
I do have the animated shield, which I'm actually not attuned to right now. So if one of you wanted to take that for the moment, you could. Because I'm not giving up the Longsword of Warning, because I think never being surprised is worth more than that occasional +2 ever is.
I would
and I've
love
got
to take
other
the
stuff.
animated shield.
Ruby's the one that bought it, but if she doesn't have an issue with me lending it to you, then you're free to hold on to that for now.
Attunement required. I don't need both hands for anything. I don't need it.
Okay, then sure. Go ahead and grab onto the animated shield, man. You can use that.
I've got Warcaster, so I don't need to have.
It does require attunement though, so you're gonna have to attune to it.
I have a spare slot.
I think I am going to give up my Gem of Seeing spells or attunement slot for the Sapphire Shield, though.
I don't know if
Or
the
the
Sapphire Shield
Sapphire
needed attunement. Oh yeah, it gives you resistance. It would have to.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
That's
it requires
in
attunement.
our items party inventory.
It's in the party sheet.
Is the
Where is that on the
what's the
list of-
shield's name?
It's here. I'll move one. There, I've dragged it over towards the party sheet.
Appreciate that. Thank you
Because
so much.
if I'm not going to be attuned to it and using it, somebody should be. It's super useful.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
How do I take it?
Grab
Drag.
it from the information symbol and then drag it over to your inventory.
I think I already grabbed the sapphire shield.
We're talking about the animated shield.
Oh.
Because he can use that with his halberd, because it doesn't require you to have a hand up.
Correct.
And I don't have the attunement slots to use it, so if he does, smarter for him to have it.
Is this automatically done when I equip it?
If you click the equip, it should automatically put on.
Okay, they're all equipped.
Yo, that's +2 AC. Let's fucking go.
You just could use a bonus action to activate it, and
Yep.
it lasts a minute.
That's gorgeous.
Oh, okay. 3 out of 3. There we go. All right.
For the sake of this, I think Breton, to cut down on the flak that he's carrying, he's going to leave the plate armor he had before, the one that was actually. Oh, that feels bad. This is the armor that was presented to him by the King of Othe.
The one that had been blessed as well.
It's the one that had been blessed. Yeah, but we're going to be traveling a lot, and we're going to want to cut down on weight a little bit. So I think he's going to leave that here in the armory. I'm sure some adventurer at some point in the future may find it and get a hell of a use out of it.
Do you know what not to put roleplay ideas into your head, but the man-at-arms of the now sadly deceased King of Othe was fighting in this battle with you.
Yeah, no, that might mean a lot to him. And at this point, like, I don't know if we're past the point of like needing to sell this stuff for money, but I wouldn't feel right selling that either. So, yeah, we'll make a point of that. He's also going to leave Damal behind because Damal that was meant to be returned to the order of the people who had the mall in the first place. That wasn't something he planned on keeping indefinitely.
Mm-hmm.
But that's everything, because he's not leaving instant. He's not leaving the longsword of warning. He's still attuned to the longsword of warning. Everything else is set up, yeah.
Breton in this freaking plate mail, great sword on his back, 2 long swords at his hip.
Mage.
Yeah.
He's a Swiss Army knife, yes.
Question.
Yeah.
Though I can probably not cast divine spells without any great success right now. Is that true?
What do you mean?
Divinity and the casting of divine spells. Right now it's repressed, hard to do, hard to work out with.
Specific spells are their power is waning right now, yes.
That include, for instance, say raising the dead, resurrections, things like that, or
some of those spells, funny enough, actually work better than ever. I wonder why.
Then, with that particular question in mind, if somebody was to resurrect the King of Othe, would it just be him, or would Alistair be a part of it?
Alistair was never a part of him. Alistair was tied to the sword he was bound to.
Okay.
And it was bound to him through an item. That item is now... Alistair has been banished, but the king was also fought basically in the ritual to become king. It's part of the process in binding yourself to the sword. Takes a part of you that if something was to happen to the sword of Othe, it would be detrimental to your health. If the king was younger, he might have lived.
What if resurrection was cast on him now?
It's hard to say. The problem with resurrection, rather than raised dead and anything to do with undeath, is it's not necessarily about the type of spell. It's where you're trying to draw aspects of the spell from. So basically, depending on where his essence has gone to. If he's gone to one of the hells, Sure, pull him back. They ain't gonna stop you. However,
I think he went to hell. Just,
yeah, I'm not sure.
I'll put a pin in that.
Put
I'll bring him back.
Put it this way. You could try, but
I'm gonna put a pin in that and end of the world, save the king thing. When everything's done, all right, you're good. Come back. Everybody gets a second chance. Okay.
We still have to rest. We can't do anything right now.
He gave us a long rest.
That was to put that point out, Midge. That is a good idea, and I'm actually going to say screw it. Breton will do that. He will present that armor to the King of Althays, I suppose former right hand man, as a show of appreciation for all the hard work he put into this.
Philip looks up to you. You actually you find Philip in the garden, what remains of the gardens around the Sept, that is now kind of also rather destroyed from the fighting, but the garden itself is not too dissimilar. And you find him actually in front of a statue of what you can see to be not the recently departed King of Offray, but it seems to be a statue of his father. And you go to him and looks at you and says, so I take it you present him like the folded mail, and
yeah, it's difficult to carry a full set of plate mail, but he has probably, I imagine he's got like a length of rope that he's just going to tie through the shin guards down into the legs and up towards it. So like it's all kind of bunched a little heavily together, but it's still a complete set of the plate mail as it is. And
yeah,
he's just kind of also looking up at the sky, because I imagine as the day gets longer, it's not changing at all, and it's.
You notice something really, Breton. You don't notice the time of day change at all.
Mm-hmm.
Just almost like either sunrise or sunset red, but the saturation turned up, then dulled with like a mist. But there doesn't seem to be a change in the celestial bodies above. But he turns to you and he sees the armor you've got in front of him. I take it you present it, and I fought with the king in his very first battle. We were young at the time. I was not even of noble stock. Part of a levy raised in a border war. He was a young prince, 19 years old. I saved his life, and then not seconds later he saved mine. I deflected an oncoming mace hit, and he pushed me out of the way of a cavalry charge. Every time I saved his life physically, he either returned the favor or saved me with wisdom. He was a very good king, and his father would be proud of him. I'm proud of him.
He was a good man. I did not have the good fortune to know him as long as you did, nor did we interact much in the brief time that we knew each other, but he seemed to have a very level head on his shoulders, and there's always in short supply people who are willing to work towards doing the right thing, even when it's the hard thing.
He had a lot of belief. He was a strong supporter of what it is that your fight is taking you for. And I am honored that you would think me worthy of receiving arms in his honor. Should you wish for this back at any time, it is yours. But I also thank you. We will need a lot. We'll need to be prepared with what is to come. And if you need me, if you need my arms, you need my weapon, you can count on me.
It is good armor. I think he gave it to me, knowing just how deadly the road ahead might be. We had already faced some difficulty, even that brief time coming into the group that now has dwindled so much. It's hard to even say it's the same group. Are we the same people? But he gave it to me after Ruby had passed, and I was wearing that armor when Soul was brought back to life. I was wearing that armor when Ruby came back to us. I was wearing that armor when I met her mother for the first time after she had died, and apologized to her for not being able to stop her from dying in the first place. I was wearing this armor when I met a worm the size of a mountain, when I confronted ineptitude in a city court, when I faced down a dragon at the second summit, sorry. And when I traveled the Broken Isles towards the center of everything. It's blessed by a god now, interestingly enough. But I think I have won this armor enough. I think this armor has done everything that it was meant to do for me. Now it's someone else's turn for it to protect them. When all this business is said and done, and he kind of looks up towards the sky, and things are back to a fraction of what they once were, even a year ago, a year before that, a decade before that. This armor will still be here, still protecting someone. Whether that's you or maybe another aspiring knight will come along and you think it's his time to wear it. It'll be a mantle for every strong arm, every strong heart to face the challenges ahead.
I'm gonna go with the... Thank you.
Stay strong, Philip. This is not the end. Not yet.
Same to you, Breton. I will return with the Queen of Othray to inter the king. After that, if you call, I'll be ready to fight. He puts out his hand to shake yours.
Breton will shake his hand.
Just don't get killed before I get the chance to join in the fray.
If I die before she does, she'll kill me.
And then bring you back to do it again.
You shout from the window above. That is fair. Is there anything anyone else wants to do in this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to go and see the Queen of Havre.
Sure. She is residing in the High King's private quarters. In fact,
yeah, the library's a bit too bright for her.
Well, no, she hasn't left there since you and the other Havre guards, the knights, sorry, put her with the king and in that initial sort of lockdown chamber. As a note as well to all of you, there is one notable member of the of the kings that is no longer at the castle.
Is that the one that his we suspected there was one that was a bit dodgy? Is that, I forget the name of the guy now though.
So the one that was a bit dodgy.
Hey, it's a good description.
It's a kind of decent description. That is Terrell the Unbreakable. He was the marshal. He's the one that you thought was a bit dodgy. I think most recently anyway. No. The one that isn't at the castle anymore is the young king of Sholtes, Poitiers the First. Doesn't have a council position, but he's very, very recently elected. You also know that his second cousin is the heir elect. But he doesn't seem to be here anymore. Or at least nobody's found. So if he was out somewhere, his body hasn't been found. It's not like
he's
anything.
either a body or a bastard.
Yes. And no one's quite worked out what yet. But no, you still have King Elector Everon Le Bleu, the one that's the Chancellor who was involved in the ritual and made a runner for it right away. He is currently recovering. So is the heir elect. Terror in the Unbreakable actually joined up with the commander of the High Guard and helped with the counterattack. He's very much a shouty man who is I can't sit still. I'm not gonna hide like a I'm not gonna hide in my rooms. But the last time you saw him was when he was going over the battle plans with the king before this all broke out, and you got him to safety. Nobody saw him since. Turned out he basically he was heading back to his chambers when he heard some fighting going on, got involved, and then basically he got locked in with one of the guard units in the armory that you guys never went and relieved. But he was basically commanding the defense down there. That's why so many of them survived instead of being overrun by the infection.
Crazy what a good commander can do.
It just helps to have at least one person in full plate armor every now and then.
Best defense against teeth.
Either way, he is the Marshal of the Realm. He is a decent general, if not a suspect. And the reason you suspected him was one of his knights was involved with the cult.
That's it.
Just to recall. But in the vision, you saw that his knight was dead somewhere in a burnt down inn.
Also, could have been one of the changelings. Was
Maybe.
pretending to be.
Maybe. Either way, you. The Queen of Havre is. She's sat looking at a set of oil paintings in the King's Chamber. It's slightly away from like the main doors, not too far from. It's kind of like a little nook in his. You think it's like his personal study, but she's admiring some of the oil paintings there.
As a note, I would imagine that one night of sleep is probably not enough to completely mask all elements of I just got the shit kicked out of me in a single round.
Mm-hmm.
So I imagine Valymir's probably got like a black eye,
I think,
cut lip.
I think everyone here is worse for wear in one way or another.
Yeah. So I'll just go up. What kind of painting is she looking at? Is it of anything interesting?
It actually seems to be like an oil painted landscape of what seems to be like a large sort of oval shaped body of water, large ships in the distance, fertile soil and farms and a vineyard in the foreground.
Is there a sun in the painting?
No.
But yeah, I'll go up and bow my head and say, Your Majesty, I'm quite sorry that I was unable to attend any dinner. I was quite looking forward to it. Elements may have dragged me away to other places.
Yes, I heard. Your departure is forgivable, considering the prize you returned with. The High Queen Consort and I are friends, so thank you.
It's duty. It's I couldn't really decline such a obligation, but it's just regretful that I didn't get to spend the time.
Well, maybe we'll find some other time when your duty does not call. You are always welcome to visit my court.
I'd like that quite a bit. On that note, can I put my hand into my pocket where I slid the glass shard that I got from the Place Between Realms place?
Okay, yeah.
Is there... Because this is the first time that I'm checking since I'm back in the real world. Is there glass in my pocket?
Valymr, there's something in your pocket. Might be glass. You might just be pleased to see it. Sorry.
God damn!
No, there's something
I mean, I am horny.
Oh, Christ. I was about to say, there is something hard in your pocket. And it still doesn't work. I'm trying to...
No,
okay.
no, try again.
How do I phrase this?
Is it stiff?
There is an object
Stop
of...
it!
There's an object?
There's an object of... You put your hand in your pocket and... Something other than a shard of a mirror feels like it's there. It's cold to the touch. Long and carved in a weird fractal way. But it doesn't feel like glass. It feels harder. Almost like that it's changed state slightly. Whether that's because the energy isn't as free-flowing around it, or if it wasn't as malleable on this plane. But there's something there for sure.
Does it feel like I'm a warlock. I have,
Sure.
some element of arcane, proficiency.
Sure.
Is there any vibe of magical energy as
Absolutely.
I'm touching this thing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is it a strong vibe of magical?
Make me an Arcana check at advantage because of past experiences.
Oh boy. I will take that 22.
You feel something very crystalline in your pocket, with an energy similar to that radiated from similar people you've traveled with.
Joanna?
To name one.
Braun?
To name the other.
Now that is interesting.
You find that if you remove the mirror from your pocket.
Stay in there for now.
Okay. But yes, feels like crystalline.
What are your plans after this? Will you be returning to Havre?
She sighs. I fear I must, with everything going on. And I've had contact from back home. People are less in control of their afflictions. The situation there is dire, and the situation is dire, and it needs a firm hand at the helm. Not whilst I trust them completely. It does not need the role of advisors leading the nation.
Certainly, I think your wise counsel will be beneficial, and your people would look up to you. I do find it very unfortunate, quite sad that James was not around to return to meet you, and I will hold a piece of him always.
You've told me much of this, James, and I cannot wait to hear more stories and to hear more of your story as well.
I hope to live to be able to tell it, but
I hope so too.
We're about to go into the thick of it, I assume, and well, the chances are looking quite dire, let's say.
If what little I know of the fate of this world in the past, how that has proceeded, there have been many times that things have looked dire, or left to the hands of the few. I know beyond my powers that you are one of those hands that will guide us through this.
I certainly hope so. I will let you prepare to leave, then, and I suppose we must do the same. But yeah, I when this is over, I shall be visiting.
I have a gift for you. Small token.
It's really not necessary. But
You skipped out on dinner, but you can at least take home a drink. And she hands you a bottle of very fine wine.
Thank you very much. Quite like wine. It's nice to try various varieties from across the world. I'll treasure this.
Keep
Is
it
it
for
red wine?
Keep it for Zedaar, of course. It's actually a sparkling red wine. It is tradition for nobles of Haverray to celebrate a great victory with that. I hope you get to do the same.
I hope I feel a bit better when I drink this than I do feel right now. Thank you, Your Majesty, and I will take my leave.
Sure. You can do so.
Valymr may have 20 charisma, but he is not. He's not.
Hey, that's
he's awkward as fuck.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's fine.
When you come from a society where
you've got a different
the
type
women
of charisma,
are
you know?
absolutely on the top rung and men are like kind of shit. Especially when you're even more shit than the usual man because of, the tieflingness. It's awkward.
Are you going to check your pocket?
Yes.
Okay. You see a crystal of black. Well, it's a deep, deep purple. So purple it's almost black. And it seems to be... It's lighter and powerful. Some, precious gems, they have a weight and they have a flicker in the light, but this almost creates something about it. You've seen, you have a pendant with a gem to match this. This is Selite, the crystal used in the creation of Warforged, the soul crystals. This is a color that you have not seen.
So it's not the same as the purple one that I have?
No. This is not one of the light violet amethyst ones. This is deep black, almost with swirling purple. Make a quick intelligence check with proficiency.
With proficiency. So that'd be a +5. Oh, I'm rolling like fucking fire today. I got a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 is good. You have seen this onyx black-ish crystal before. Only once.
Is it the second summit?
No, not at all. The first Warforged ever formed was a Warforged by the name of Eigengrau, who lives to this day as Ichabod's assistant. Is the Warforged that helped him make the other Warforged. His essentially his
prototype.
His prototype. His original. You've met Eigengrau like twice. I think the last time, most recently, would have been when you were shown Joanna's future self.
I can't remember this character ever being specifically described. But there's also, it's been not a lot of opportunities to actually have them be around.
No.
I imagine one time I can imagine he would be there is when Ichabod was being wheeled to us in the middle of the forge because he was so strenuously injured because he couldn't move himself.
Yes.
Was that him?
I believe the Chancellor actually is the one that wheeled him, but
yeah.
He would have.
He's just been around.
He's always been around. It's not been someone that you've ever actually, I think, spoken to.
It's like a cartoon going back and being like, yeah, he was always around, and it just shows you old scenes, and like they're just drawn into the scene even though they weren't there the first time.
No, so Eigengrau, he's got his exoskeleton. I'm going to use that as his body. Was like a composite steel with like a brass and colored like sheen to it, like it'd been coated in brass. He wasn't as built and statuous as other Warforged. He was clearly old, like an older design, kind of not fully there, like clearly using like older mechanics almost. And he was nowhere near as tall. He's kind of a little bit up, had a little bit of a hunch to himself. But he was this brassy coated, older looking Warforged. But the only thing that's different about him is that whereas other Warforged had like a lot of glow, like even Braun, you know, there's that spark of creation within their crystals. Eigengrau has like Braun actually has a bit of heterochromia going on. He had one like red eye, and then there was one that was just a black void. But now that you've seen this crystal up close, you see that it's very similar.
How big is it?
The shard that you've got?
Yeah.
Pretty large amount.
I certainly don't have frickin' girl pockets. Goddamn, those are.
No, when you say pocket, I always imagine it's like rucksack pocket, stuff like that.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
Pockets are amorphous with adventuring characters. They have like bandoliers and belt pockets and satchels and backpacks.
Everyone's wearing cargo pants, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring this to Ruby.
Sure.
I assume Breton is probably around.
For sure.
I imagine you walk into the room and the first thing you hear is, "I don't care if you think the world's ending. I'm not getting married right now."
I know. Wait. Does that mean if the world was ending, you already said yes. You can't. Really?
I'm not giving up hope. I'm not getting married in the middle of this.
I'm not giving up hope.
He just turns and sees Valymr. It's like,
Hi.
That time?
just looks up at the sky. No, it's a great time. What's up?
We all remember the realm between realms. It wasn't just like a fever dream. Like, we were there. I took some of the glass that was there, and I'm going to produce the dark crystal, and this is what it is now.
Okay, it's a really nice looking crystal. I don't understand.
It's what is used to forge the Warforged. These are the souls of the Warforged. At least it looks like them. It's
Imagine Brett just
very
looks at
magical.
Ruby like confused, because Brett never got one of these crystals. He never got this conversation.
The Warforged and Jelena are empowered by extraordinarily unique crystals. That's what gives them life. Each color signifies something or another. I apologize, I have forgotten the meaning. But I do know they're very valuable to them, and I will also say that the king, the Iron Duke, will probably have more of an inclination of what this is than I would.
Yeah.
Because again, I say we need to go to Lagran's land. We need to talk to the Iron Duke.
I definitely agree with that. Especially, just thought maybe should bring this up before we go.
Listen,
It's the only time I've seen this go. Do you remember the Duke's assistant? We never really
Yes, of
talked to him,
course.
but we
How
saw
could
him
you
in
forget him?
the background a few times. One of his eyes was this color. That's the only time I've seen anything like it.
okay.
Definitely think we should.
I don't mean to be like disparaging, Valymr. I don't have the capacity to provide you accurate information here. We would need to talk to the Iron Duke,
Of course.
and I suspect he's going to want to know what the hell is going on.
I think that may be more literal than you intended.
No, I chose my words carefully. I made the portal, or correction, I failed to stop the portal. So you know, I'm well aware what that fucking thing is.
I don't know if that could have been stopped once it started.
I'm gonna pull out the glove of spell storing and say, there's a teleportation circle in this if you don't want to use some of your own power to get us there.
We need to talk to the king. We need to talk to the heir, and we need to let them know what we're doing.
Yeah.
And we're not cutting and running. We're looking for the next step.
We need to get in contact with the King of the Rien, see what's going on with him. We need to get in contact with the Ladron, see what the situation with the dragons is. We need to get in contact with Aureus. We need to get in contact with the... I apologize, Mitch, but I can only remember them as the Order of the Sightless Eye, but I know that's not what the actual Order that Protect Brayless Heart was called.
You can definitely get in contact with them directly. Usador's one of them.
Usador is one of them, yes,
Yeah.
but I meant more specifically the people who were personally guarding one of the relics back in the Vasilian Theocracy.
Yeah.
Because we had met the guardian of a piece of their relic. Like,
yeah.
Also, had an idea. If the seals are broken, and we lack the capacity to reforge them, so far, is there anything stopping us from getting them and you wielding them?
That's what Breton's doing right now, so I guess not.
Breton was kind of what inspired that idea. If the blade of I keep wanting to call it the equalizer. That's the
blade of equilibrium.
If the blade of equilibrium is as powerful as I could sense, then it stands to reason that the other objects might be just as powerful. Crowns upon kings kind of thing, literally, in the case of Godric. If we get our hands on Brayless Heart and other things, other seals, Aureus is, he has the chalice, I think.
Platinum chalice, yes.
He has the chalice. If we can get our hands on those seals and find a way to wield them, they might provide us with the assistance and the firepower we need to fight this threat. Better than them sitting in dank, dark caves. Again, no disrespect to Aureus.
Honestly, that's probably the best idea we could hope for. Because if we need to reforge the seals, we're going to need them anyways.
Yeah.
We need to be careful, though. The Cloak of Death. It's got a better name. I can't remember it.
The Shroud.
The Shroud. If that one has been reforged, that is now deadly to the touch.
Right.
That was reforged even when we encountered it before. If memory serves.
But if
that was a seal, that's why it didn't kill to the touch at the time.
It did kill to the
now that
touch.
it's not.
Yeah, that's why you.
Wasn't I wrapped in it?
Yeah, that's why you died.
Fair.
Yeah, no, that seal was already broken. That's because if that was one of the seals that's broken, Lagran's Land is gone. Because that's where it was. Because we left that with the Iron Duke.
Yeah, okay.
Still need to go.
I tried to commune with Aureus, and I just got a sense back, a feeling of sorrow and sacrifice.
If he is a divine entity from, not Bahamut. Sorry, I keep forgetting the new god's
The
names.
Platinum. He's fine. He's the Platinum Dragon. Like that's
the Platinum Dragon.
That's an easy
then
one.
If Alistair lost his capacity to do anything, then it probably affected him too, which might explain why his seal went missing if he can't defend it.
Another reason to collect the seals, because being in contact with this blade, I've not felt diminished. My magic seems to be working fine.
I can barely feel soul.
How am I feeling with my magic?
Restrained. Partially.
If we can get the Platinum Chalice for Valymr, if we can find Brayless Heart and get it to Ruby, that will be a connection that hopefully ties them back to the gods and
anchors. Yeah. But the Iron Duke is still... We should head back.
Now that they've been reforged, he might have the best idea of how to find them. Because I don't imagine that whoever reforged them just left them sitting around wherever they were lying.
Indeed. And thankfully, due to the Lord High Mage, I now have access to clairvoyance and some divination, so I might be able to find them if they go missing, or if they're not where they are.
Fingers crossed the divination works at the moment.
It's arcane. I don't see why it wouldn't.
It communes with the gods.
Yeah.
It's like, you ask the gods a question and they give you an answer. Doo-doo-doo. I'm sorry, the number you're trying to dial cannot be completed as dialed.
The number of you, or the British version, which is the number you have called, has not been recognized.
Is not the issue as well. We need to not get the gods involved in case that
I-
final lock
the
on the
fi-
door is.
Listen, we are on the ninth shadow, but the king who has never was has not started walking the land yet. The world is not ended. That's the final seal, I think, by the way. That hasn't happened yet. So we've still got time.
Let's do nothing to hasten the king's arrival, then.
I'm not saying I'm gonna go knocking down a god's door, but if I could... Their power is diminished. Maybe they could still talk? Find out.
That's the other reason I think we need to find all of the seals we can. Because if we can find one that is not broken, we know which one to protect.
Yes.
Right. So, let's go to Lagan's Land. Or sorry, let's go talk to the... Go ahead.
Iron Duke, Ichabod. But it's also why we need to get in contact with the Ladrin and Aureus, because one of these seals, in theory, is still intact. Somebody is still holding out. We need to help them.
Yes. Let's go talk to the king downstairs. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know how Aureus is faring without Bahamut's influence. I don't know how anyone's faring without the god's influence on them. Many of the protectors, as far as I could guess, gained that ability to last as long as they did because the god's influence was on them. But it's hard to say who might still be intact. For all we know, there's a seal that's just buried deep in a hole in the ground in the middle of nowhere that nobody's found in 1,000 years because somebody had the bright idea to forget where it was.
You know, part of me hopes we get to go back to the Bastilian theocracy and get the crap out of those Scarlets. Because I think they were bad. Wink.
I got a feeling if we go back to the Vestalian theocracy, we're not going to find much of it left.
Nor do I. But that is where Brayla's heart was, yeah?
Piece of it.
You know, it's on our to-do list.
It was also where the scales were.
Let's go talk to the king downstairs.
Yeah.
Or the king over there, I guess. We're in the library.
He's upstairs, yeah, for you.
The
Let
king
them know
who
what we're
currently
doing.
is.
So yeah, they'll go upstairs.
Okay. You see, essentially, now that it's still in his armor, actually, all of them, a somewhat quasi-council chamber has been formed in the lower half of the king's quarters, almost mimicking the council chamber that was blocked from re-entry from this direction anyway. With various members who remain from the council in a sort of quasi small council with the High King. In this quasi council, you have the High King, the Queen Consort, Magister Uzador, a beaten and bruised Evron the Blue, King of Lord de Lys.
The guy who suggested, Breton, let's just run away!
The one that said, "Oh, go get help."
And never heard from him again, but it's fine.
And Lord Lysander the Gutelios, the heir apparent. You also know that if you wanted to talk to anyone else, the court chaplain has currently essentially turned the refectory into a hospital for those who survived and were wounded, and is going through all of that. They're struggling because they're having to use very manual methods, but you know, they're working through it. And both the King of Gleswy, Terrawin the Unbreakable, and the High Commander are currently out, essentially securing the rest of the city at this moment in time. Lieutenant Andrew has been left, though, as part of he's currently captaining the defense of the citadel directly. And also Sir Perkham Hatmo is there as well.
Your collective majesties, I hope your current planning goes off without any issue, considering the dry straits we are in. We believe, and Breton kind of turns towards Valymr and Ruby, we think we've come to a decision about what we need to do next.
The High King looks up and...
Going after the seals.
8 are broken. To some of you, that's not going to mean anything. To those of you who know what I'm talking about, you understand the situation we're in. There's only 1 left. We need to find them. We're going to start by heading towards allies who might be able to help find them for us. Speak with people who might know what we can do, and if we're lucky, we might be able to start building things back into place. Fingers crossed. Prophecy maintain. That hole in the sky is not going to get worse until the last seal is broken. So that needs to be the priority, keeping it intact.
We don't know which one it is yet. We're trying to find out.
We unfortunately know, and Breton just gestures toward the blade on that he's just kind of wearing. I imagine, even as a greatsword, Breton just wears it like a longsword at his hip.
Big boy.
Yeah.
Those Zweihanders are pretty fucking huge.
It's not quite Zweihander. It's a hand and a half length, so it could go.
Yeah.
On your
It's basically a bastard sword. It's not like a full-on greatsword. Like he's
Yeah.
not wielding a Zanbato here or no Daichi.
It's more not like not Nas. Is it Nasil?
Narsil is the reforged.
Narsil is a longsword.
It's a hand and a half. But yeah.
We need to find whatever we can about where they've done this. We know a few. If there are any amongst you that have heard of any legends speaking back towards the green and pleasant day and items lost to time that have been passed down through your family houses for generations, now would be the time to speak of them.
There's a murmur throughout. We have the High King kind of looks over. It's like the only thing here that be somewhat close to that outside of from our history, out of the part of the blade that you carry, one of the parts of of Brela's hat was made its way to Nautafell.
One of the gems is in Nautafell. Do we know where?
He turns to the window and looks towards the I believe it was in the sept there.
Would it be too much to say, can we just go get it with your signature, or do I have to go through the whole rigmarole with bureaucracy?
The sept isn't there anymore.
Well, it's still there. It's just missing a bit of a good chunk of the roof and several floors. If it is still there, then yes, by all means.
Guess we're going first.
I'm gonna make sure I prepare locate object today. That might come in handy. I don't think I'm gonna need Zone of Truth. I think we're past the point in time in the campaign where we need Zone of Truth.
Be right back.
No worries.
Do you know where Brayla's heart is? No. Liar! Do you know where Zona's heart is? No. Sorry, wait, no, you were right the first time. You actually don't know. Let's start. If you need us, Sinwood. If we have the ability, we will help where we can. I hate to sound cliched here, but this is it. This is the time to throw everything at the wall and not leave anything back.
We are aware. Is there anything we can do to support you right now on your quest? Is there something dire you need that isn't a mysterious object from the Green and Pleasant Day that we might be able to assist with? If not, this kingdom's goal is a united one, and that is to buy you as much time as we possibly can. Us and our allies.
I think that is the most we can ask of you.
Were there any updates on the fleet that was gathering to attack the isles to the north, or is that plan completely out the roof now?
I do not know. No more than what I have not spoken to the emperors. Last I knew is they were making a great fleet in Seat. That was going well. We were sending troops up there. That's why we were so undefended down here from the plagues and how we ended up in this mess. But the last 24 hours may have changed everything.
Yeah.
They're on our priority.
Very useful if you have them available. Some open-ended sending stones.
So sending stones are always paired.
They're always paired. Okay.
Yeah, it's the snap gems.
Yeah.
I cannot remember what we
Snap
call
stones.
them.
Snapstones.
Snapstones.
Yeah, any snapstones would be very useful right now. There's a lot of people
Those are
that we need to get into
single-use
contact with.
messages.
Yes,
Essentially.
that's what
They're
I'm
not
thinking of.
mobile phones. They're
Yeah,
Snapstones.
I was thinking of the snapstones.
They have very limited minutes.
Actually, the divination wizard in charge of messaging, Zedaar, who's been your ally, does have some snapstones he could give you.
How many?
I will roll for it.
Sure.
Dog,
There's a lot of people we need to get into contact with all across this continent.
Yeah.
He
We
has
need Teams
7.
or Skype. I need fantasy Skype. Get like
7.
How many of
Yes,
those
sir.
is he willing to part with?
He has 7 he can give you.
What?
We'll take them all.
Yeah.
We'll use them sparingly, I'm certain.
Those would have been really
So I'm just
useful.
gonna call my mom real quick.
Yeah.
Actually, wouldn't be a bad idea if she's near to.
If you use a
the
snapgun
labyrinth.
to call your freaking mom.
I imagine she's helping with the effort in the north. Last we heard she was, or she knew about it. Let's get in contact with the Ladrin. Maybe he could tell us more about how you can find her.
I would, yeah. I'm just joking.
I know you were joking, Valymr, but the sentiment is real. I understand you care for your mother and you want to know what she's doing right now.
Go on, go. Stop.
Well,
All right.
We're going to go dive into a sept.
Yay!
If we don't see any of you ever again, well,
It's been a pleasure. I don't know.
I hope the next morning's nice for you.
That's quitter talk, Breton. And she'll just walk past him.
Turns to Valymr. Said, I hope you enjoy the next morning. Do you see the night? There isn't a next. Collects
I
himself.
hope we see morning at some point in the future.
Hope lies beyond the reach of despair.
See you in the morning.
We're gonna work on getting day back.
That's
Look
gonna
through
be the
skies.
catchphrase of this apocalypse. See you in the morning.
By the way, those
All right.
guardians are called the Guardians of the Stone when it comes to Breton.
Guardians of the Stone. Okay. I was
Um,
way off.
Yeah, Ruby's walking and talking. I guess the first thing she's going to do is rack a sending stone.
We're gonna use one already?
You want me to ask the Eladrin and what's going on?
Do you not know sending?
I do! I'm trying to use my spell slots!
I would argue.
Spell slots replenish. Snapstones don't.
I'd argue that for Eladrin, probably not the best person would be you.
He likes me well enough.
I'm not sure that's true.
He liked Ruby.
I definitely don't agree with that.
He met her once and she was nice.
He kind of was on the whole, like, yeah, let's just poison all the elves kind of way. I'm not sure you're the best person to be talking to him.
First off, never fucking said that out loud to anybody.
True.
Second,
I'm not saying you said it out loud, but there's a reason that Valymr and Gourd and Zedaar went to the Alleged Empire and you didn't.
Yeah, it's because she's a human, and they don't let humans there.
So maybe it's better off coming from someone with
You just be racist and call it a day.
I mean, I don't feel like that's coming from me.
Both of you, stop. You have both met Eladrin the Immortal, and you have both fought with him. It could come from either of you.
So Breton's gonna send a message to Eladrin. Sorry.
That's fine. No,
let's Brayla's heart first. Let's focus on this. Let's worry about what we're going to do after. We'll see if we can find this. And Breton will use a second level spell once we get to the sept itself to cast Locate Object to see if he can't narrow down on the specific item, Brayla's heart.
Okay.
H-A-R-T?
No. It's E-A-R-T. This is actual pulsing heart. Love heart.
Yeah, because the other one was the heart of Elendor, H-A-R-T, because that was the stag helm.
Yes.
Listen, I actually got real good notes about all the 9 seals. I was particular about that.
I'll also pull out the amulet that like drags in directions and spots the seals.
The seals.
Sure.
Yeah. When we get close, that might help as well.
You feel a pull towards the sept. But it's obfuscated in some way.
Does Locate Object have that thing like going through stone blocks it?
The only thing that can block Locate Object is a thin sheet of lead. So lead would have to be specifically stored in something that is made out of lead.
You can sense something towards the sept, though. Something that is meeting the mark of what you have set out.
Let's try and get closer then.
Follow that path and get close to it.
Sure.
Keep your guard up. There may be something out here.
You cross from the stronghold towards the broken sept once more. You also see around you guards beginning to, those who remain, gathering up those who had fallen, what remained of them, into near the sept. They've created a large they've laid out some tapestry, and they're essentially preparing the bodies en masse.
Burn them.
But you progress into the sept. The smell of ozone fills the once beautifully intricate chapel, with the hole rupturing through the roof and the various floors. Breton, you are pulled towards the base of the large statue that stood in the middle of the Lady Nardathel, which has been scorched and broken in places by the bolt of lightning that shot through, that the arcane energy of the spell from the night before. The base of the statue now also reveals, in the part that's broken away, you see a thin layer of metal set inside the carved stone.
If Breton kind of like, if he would he have to break the stone to get it out?
Yes. But you also notice before you do, the base of the statue is actually carved with some intricate. It's a mix of like human and elven pattern in the shape of stars with a moon as well in the center. What would be directly under the legs of the statue, you see stars and moon, which are very reminiscent of the marks of Brayla herself.
Ruby, there might be a way to open this if you. It's all insignified with Brayla's iconography, but the actual item inside, as far as I can tell, is literally sealed in the base of the stone.
He'll walk over to it. Give it a look.
Yeah, you see this similar pattern of there's a moon in the center of the base of the statuette, with the stars like running from like the two heels of the actual statue of the lady, just starting to move, like sort of coordinate together, and they then form this moon in the center. And then if you look slightly down where there's like a big chunk of the statue corner missing, you see like there's a layer of thin metal like embedded in the, like melded into the stone, where it's like been broken. Nothing here is saying is looking like it opens, but I will ask you who you're both, if you're both really close to it now, to make either an investigation check or a perception check, depending on what you're going for. There is a slightly lower DC for investigation.
If I'm close to it, is the medallion
30-20.
pulling towards it, pushing away from it, doing anything at all?
Nothing, Valymr.
Dirty 20 on the investigation.
Dirty 20.
That's a natural 20 for a 27.
Okay. Jesus.
I got wiser, guys.
I think we got it.
Hell yeah.
Breton. You like move your gauntleted hand across the top, and actually there's a fine layer of like dust. Not normal average dust like that would have clogged up over, human and humanoid exposure, just, dust in the environment, but like fine powder of, when you disturb it, kind of glows, slightly magical, almost like the dust left behind by teleportation chalk or arcane energy, or maybe a fine crystal deposit.
Anybody noticed this here before? I mean, several of us have gone, at least one of us have gone through this stuff before. Did anybody notice that this was unusual?
No.
And, sorry, was the statue broken at all, or is the statue actually intact?
The statue is partially broken. It's like the bolt kind of went through the very, very front of the base plate, and then up, and then took one of the hands off of the actual large statue, as it ripped towards the roof of the building.
The necklace isn't showing any signs of a seal being here, though.
Nothing at all.
Did
Move
they?
the statue?
I'm wondering if they moved the seal.
Metal box.
Why would your locate object detect it was here if it's not here?
That's a good question. I mean, Breton will just kind of show the strange like dust that's on the top of it. This from. Actually, I imagine he would just tell them about that, and one of them can explain what it was, because Breton is not the Arcana guy.
Beth is, and Beth doesn't quite understand it.
Magic shit.
From what we can gather, this dust is something that's left behind after some form of teleportation or some form of conjuration, or it's residue of magic at place.
I will say anyone who has... I would say all of you can actually make an Arcana check here. Because this is off of something of memory that hasn't really been drawn on before, but...
Watch me natural 20 again and be like, wait, I do know exactly what this is! It's an 18 for Breton.
Huh?
I'm too busy getting this. I mean, I'm like, come on.
Valymr.
Do I rotate it? Does it need to be in a certain configuration?
Valymr, in terms of colours, it's kind of almost like... It flickers like starlight.
The amulet does?
No, this dust, this powder that's thing. It's very fine, and it's like it's easier to see when it gets moved. Like once it's subtle, like if it was resting, it's like too fine to really actually pick up on. And if anyone was moving too fast or not investigating deeply, they would have missed this entirely. But Breton, like as you move your hands, you managed to notice like it was almost like you've seen that like metal where it's where it like sort of changes color, almost like adamantine, where it's got like a space color, but in certain lights it shifts. It was like as you moved your gauntlets, there was almost like a rainbow effect past it, of color and light. And you collect up some of this dust, and Valymr, you take a look at it, and it's very reminiscent of the shard that's in your pocket. And Breton, as you think, it's like you've seen... I don't know if... Breton, you weren't there when you originally met them, but you've definitely seen them since. Coloration. Stars.
It's one of the...
feels like the... an essence of, say...
A Watcher.
The Astral Pariahs.
Yeah, it feels like one of the Watchers.
You've destroyed corrupted ones as well, and whilst not in the same colors, now that you like think back at it, there was like a stardust to them.
We already know something similar that came through here. Because that was what we thought originally stole the queen. She said it was the questing knight.
Why would I guess it's not relevant, but why would a questing knight... Why would he go for her? I could never figure that part out. What made her special?
She descended from Nardathel herself. Is she connected to Brayla? Is it in the blood?
Go find her and find out. Ask her to come over here.
We already know one of the other pieces is a physical... We thought it was a physical piece because that was the Guardians of the Stone. That was Uzador's order. The Bastilian Theocracy had a piece of Brayla's heart there with them. We never saw it personally. The locate object is still drawing me to here, the base of this statue, but I can't tell if it's... Is it drawing me towards the interior of the statue, or is it drawing me to this material that's on top of it?
It's drawing you inside the base plate of this statue, like in the stand, the bit that this is just something that was on top of it that you picked up on.
And the statue is already damaged. There's a lot of damage all over this place. I'm not against seeing it damaged further. Let's get into it.
Yeah, Ruby's gonna walk away and step back from that one.
Who is this a statue of?
Nardathel.
Nardathel protecting Brayla's heart, but we kinda need to see, so...
I feel like there was something to this. When Brayla bestowed the heart onto the king that never was, it was from 3 pieces. And for some reason, I want to say it was because Brayla had 3 daughters.
There was 4 pieces of Brayla's heart.
4 pieces. My apologies. Because it was Brayla and her 3 daughters.
1 daughter, 2
Okay.
sons. No, it's fine. I'm updating. Oh, it's fine. 3 of her children of the other gods. She is the mother of various of the gods.
Zachiel, Ariel, Ea, and Caphrio.
But when one of her children, Zachiel, became one of the followers of the apocalypse, the shadows, she created a 4th and presented it to the hero. Because the shadows had stolen a piece of her heart, but he helped mend it.
Well, I'm going to feel a little bad about this, but I feel like the best we can do is try. In some regards, and especially now, better to ask forgiveness than permission. And Breton is just going to reach down towards the base plate. The first thing he's going to do, he's going to try and tip the statue over using his massive strength to just like literally lay it down on its side so there's just the base plate sticking out at the bottom.
Sure. Give me a strength check.
I imagine, you didn't describe how big the statue was. I don't imagine it's like 20 feet tall.
No, it's like a 10-foot statue.
It's very big. Big, presumably pretty heavy, but Breton is also Breton, so you know, we'll see. Ooh, that's a 19.
As you begin to push it, the actual statue doesn't lift up, but it begins to turn.
Oh, is there a trap
It's like it's set on a pivot.
There's like a to it. It's very slow and will take a lot of strength to actually push it round, but it feels like it can turn.
I'd offer to help, but I think I'd just get in the way.
Yeah, same. Sorry, buddy.
There's a reason I said I don't mind damaging this and then did nothing. I have no ability to do.
Breton rolls up his proverbial sleeves. I guess I'm rotating this then.
I could disintegrate it, but that seems an egregious waste of spell slots. Also, Nardathel may never forgive me for that one.
Also, the fact that we just discovered that something about it can actually be manipulated. Let's try manipulating it first before we resort to, well, Plan B.
Violence!
Violence is always Plan B.
That would be such an animated scene moment, though. It's like, I think I can just... I solved it.
But you begin to turn it, and it's basically the bottom half of the base plate is like... There was a... Where the line of metal was, essentially on top, the part that's above that is twisting and slightly raising up slowly, revealing a space below. Eventually you turn it enough and it clicks into place, leaving about a 3-foot gap. Underneath you see an elaborately decorated, matching the top plate, metal sheet. It has the exact same designs and patterns, except in the center of it is the corner of it's kind of warped as well. In the center of it, where the moon is, for those of you who know the holy symbol of Brayla, it's a moon with a heart in the center. This now has the completed heart in the center. And you actually look on the underside of the statue plate as well. Also has a metal layer.
Assuming lead.
Possibly. Quite possibly. And in the middle, you see not just a gemstone.
All three.
You see an amulet.
That was the teleport dust. The other pieces of Brayla's heart coming to meet this one to reforge and ruin the seal.
The dust is evidence of the Astral Guardians at work, so either they're placing the seals somewhere safe,
Or they're putting them back together.
They're helping put them back together.
If there are corrupted ones, that would stand to reason.
And Breton actually looks around to make sure no one else is listening when he says this. A significantly more terrifying scenario. The king that never was wants this to happen.
I'll cast Identify upon the amulet.
Sure.
Now that it's visible, how is the amulet that I'm wearing acting?
Yeah. Yeah. It's under your breastplate, but you hear the thong.
It pulls towards functioning seals and repels.
Yeah, you felt it like go to your chest.
Go to my chest. Okay, same as the sword on
Yep.
the back. Okay. Well, it is a ruined seal. I can.
Yeah, so you see this like this white silver amulet with a turning like moon piece pivoting around 4 heart-shaped crystals that are like animated in the air, like they're suspended, and the moon, it seems like, can be turned around them. It's like almost clockwork mechanics in like a slight silver delicate style. Let me say that I will, if you're going to identify this, I will give you the notes on what this does after our break. We're slightly behind schedule, so we'll take our 10-minute break here. Join us in 10 minutes where we will continue this. Use this time, go to the bathroom, and we will see you soon. Hey, come here a minute. Do you need royalty-free music for your TTRPG content, whether that be a YouTube video, stream, TikTok, Instagram post? Don't worry, we've got you covered. My name's Alex, I've been a content creator for almost a decade now, and I've teamed up with my good friend Harry to produce 10 royalty-free songs for you to use in your content completely for free. We've tried to make a whole range of motifs with this album, covering happy music to sad music, to mystery music to combat music. And if this takes off, you know what? We might even make some more. So give the Elendor Chronicles soundtrack Volume 1 a shot. It's free to stream everywhere, and if you want the high quality downloads, you can come over to our Patreon and download them, or you can contact me directly at tabletop@themidgemansworld.co.uk as a creator, and I'll just give it to you for free. That's it, there's no catch, and just to prove it, we've also given you guys a user license agreement to prove that you have the complete perpetual rights to use this content. So enjoy, and good luck on your next adventure.
Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem. Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Grey Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. On the brain that's rattled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can dutifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get an extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
So he would have made a great Alfred. We're back, guys. Hi.
We are back. Hello. He would have made an excellent Alfred. We're talking about Christopher Lee. May he rest in peace. And may he be eternally shedding the blood of Saxon men in the great beyond. Those who don't get that reference, look up Christopher Lee's metal albums. You will not be displeased.
That's a thing I've never heard before. Okay.
Have you not heard?
No.
So he has an entire metal album that he did with a band where he performs and sings as Charlemagne, as in the first Holy Roman Emperor. Look up the song "I Shed the Blood of the Saxon Men," and just put that on in the background while we play.
Yeah. Hardcore. No, Christopher Lee did that. Anyway.
He also did Christmas albums every year. This is what he did for Christmas every year. He always made a metal album.
The reason he made this is because he can trace his ancestry to the first Holy Roman Emperor.
Charlemagne himself.
Fucking wild!
When you're the inspiration for James
the guy can only... Every time I learn anything about this man, he just gets more interesting.
I know. It's like I love the parlor trick fact that Ian Fleming used not only his experience in World War II to create James Bond, but also Christopher Lee's stories. Because,
he is James Bond.
Because they shared stories, because they're related through marriage, if I remember correctly. That is like
also
brother.
The only member of the Lord of the Rings cast to have actually met Tolkien.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
This world graced us with Christopher Lee. This world gave us Christopher Lee. Anyway,
here's Brayla's heart.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, back on topic.
To tell you what it does, I'm still writing it out. It's a very
We're not a Christopher Lee podcast.
Yet. The amulet is called Godmother's Gift. This moonlit silver amulet suspends 4 blue gemstones in animation. This item recharges once per full moon, either Mitoris or Elethix, not the moon Zolthan. Each gemstone represents a charge. You can expend
surprised there's 3 moons. I think all of us had forgotten that.
Yeah, all of you forgotten that there was 3 moons, clearly. You can expend a charge to cast Power Word Heal. You can expend all 4 charges to use True Resurrection.
Okay then.
There you
go. Is it a attunement
Is attunement? Yes. This is a wondrous amulet that requires attunement.
Just making sure,
No, weirdly it doesn't.
If you expend all 4 charges before a full moon, there is a ritual which is revealed to the person who is attuned to restore all the charges come the next full eclipse. So to do the resurrection this will render this item worthless until until you do the ritual.
Does that qualify as breaking it?
No. It just doesn't restore its power.
I already know there needs to be a ritual done to break a seal into a functioning seal.
Okay?
No,
yes.
there was a brief moment there where I'm like, was Brayla the clever one where she had a built-in, the seal can re-break itself in the usage of the seal? Oh, you clever old bird!
Not that you know of. Maybe you could try it. As a GM, I would say, probably not.
Yeah, don't think it's going to be that easy. He's like, guys, I got it. Let's just use Tree Resurrection. We're all saved.
I have a question.
Yes.
Cosmologically wise, how often is it once per month per moon? So we're getting 2 charges back a month?
Yeah. Essentially, yes.
Work?
Well, would you like? There is actually a lunar calendar available on the World Anvil. The calendar comes with the phases of the 3 moons on it.
I actually did immediately jump on the calendar in Fantasy Grounds. Do you actually have the phases of the moons listed on here?
Hell yeah, it does. It's on the main. It's just on the Elendor homepage.
Okay, so yeah, not on Fantasy Grounds, Sag. Okay, we
Oh,
can
sorry,
go,
no, sorry, not Fantasy Grounds. Sorry, it's on the World Anvil, not the Fantasy Grounds.
Yeah.
It's
Like, if that was on the Fantasy Grounds too, you're like, oh, that'd be amazing if we could just
you can code
check
it in.
a quick day of the month.
You can code it in, but it would be a lot of me doing editing and calculations to do 3 moons, basically.
Sure.
All right. Well, Ruby will hold on to that for a while.
Yeah, I'm putting it in Elendor Live General for now. Spend all 4 charges.
The important thing about this is very powerful item. Don't get me wrong. Also, if that allows you to make your proper connection to Rayla and get your divine casting back, like that is as huge.
When we can take a moment, I'll attune to it. I'll give it my ring of protection for it.
Breton will very respectfully start to rotate the statue back into its proper place. Feeling good that he did not just upend this thing and break it into pieces.
So these astral pariahs found the other gems, put them together, put them in this amulet, and put the amulet beneath Brayla's statue, or Nadathel's statue.
If it is the best working hypothesis.
There's something not working about that, but best we got. All right.
Legran's Land?
Legran's Land. Alma, would you mind?
I have not attuned to the glove, but I will unattune to the shield, attune to the
No.
I'm sorry. No, I just had this picture in my mind of us being like, so Valymr, about the ring, and you're just like throwing the shield up and catching it, and throwing the shield up and catching it, like, oh, sorry, was I supposed to keep attunement on that?
I was gonna give you the glove.
I think Breton even finds that funny. Like, just this little bit of humor amidst the end of the world.
I mean, I
Pretty
got a sexy shield now.
That conversation was a couple of hours ago. You think I
Grab
would...
my hand. Hands, please.
Okay. Where are you teleporting?
Legran's Land's teleportation circle.
Sure. You appear in the lighthouse. The same red sky crackles through the air. The days, the sight of the sun, not there. You don't see time move right now in terms of day to night.
Well, that's working at the very least.
Done wonders for cross-continent communication. Everyone's on the same time zone now.
The other thing that you notice about Reshin right now, a large, energized dome encircles the city.
That we are inside of?
You are outside of.
Is this the same one that Joanna put up, the giant green one?
No. This looks like you actually see a number of sky ships like interconnecting at various points with crystals drawn beneath them that are tethering like electrical signals encapsulating the entire city with what seems to be a large signaling stone of some sort on top of the Festung, the mountain volcano castle that the city is built around.
Perhaps we should have knocked first.
Listen.
I think we're going to be knocking soon enough.
Presumably there has to be a way in and out.
Well, what you see actually is a ship in harbor moving towards the harbor, and it goes through the shield and passes through unaffected.
I guess off we go then.
Here we go.
Breton, I deleted an item off my character sheet a long time ago, and it's been bothering me ever since. What the fuck did I delete? What the hell got erased off my character sheet? And I just remembered what it fucking is. Breton has a sending stone to Zep.
You do.
So I imagine the second they arrive and he just sees it, he's just gonna reach into to a belt pouch and pull out a sending stone. Zep, we're outside of Lagran's land at the moment. Don't suppose you have a way to help us get in?
Yes, I'm not at the capital at the moment. I'm at home, repairing the Skyfire. Yes, there was news about that. You wait a moment. You get another message too. You should be fine to move through it. It shouldn't harm you, I don't think. You're not a dragon, are you?
Breton would not make that joke. I want to make that joke. Breton would not make that joke. He's gonna say, according to Zep, we should be fine to make our way through it.
Paladin on the streets, dragon in the sheets.
I was gonna say, guys, how do I know I'm not a dragon?
Either way works for me.
You've all been robots all along.
Loki, wait, if I've been... Good thing I'm not a dragonkin sorcerer. Hey.
So yeah, Breton will just start moving towards the shield wall around the city.
Okay.
Cool. You go down the arm of a key that the lighthouse is on, and you do hit the shield layer. It's like, you know, if you know that moment where you can feel static in the air. It feels like that as you move through it, but it doesn't hurt you or anything. Valymr, as you get closer to it, your true sight kicks in. The energy field, it's like a wall of pure, brilliant, sparkling light for you. Very much like the ethereal plane. Very much like you're seeing true sight manifest. Valymr,
is it something that I'm able to see through it, or is it literally like
you can see through it?
Sight?
It's
okay.
It's like looking at the Aurora Borealis for you. And Valymr, when you move into the city, your true sight becomes your full sight. At least while you're in the dome.
So I can see like just as normal.
Yep, as you used to. Yeah. But true sight.
Damn.
You'll, with this information, this dome is like a dome of revealing, so to speak. This would be to you feel like that this would prevent anything from disguising itself within the city.
How different is it if I take the blindfold off?
You go back to your normal vision.
Okay. So what is it? What is the difference that I can tell now with like true sight vision and regular vision?
So
like,
instead of true sight, blind sight, it's now true sight with the blindfold on.
I'll keep the blindfold on. Why not?
Yeah. But you all take the familiar route back to the stronghold, where you were a month and a half ago. A month ago, maybe. The last, obviously, that you left with the Iron Duke. In a weakened state from trying to learn more about the ritual. You left him with parts of the materials needed and required to build a seal. The other part you kept to yourself. But you enter. You are let in. Doesn't seem like that the citadel, the Festung, sorry, is on lockdown like it was before. Seems like there's more comings and goings, possibly enaided by the extra protections put around the city. The city also looks to be very well guarded, and the dockyards and the skyship dockyards very active. There's lots of new ships in production. Like so much resources is being used to remilitarize right now.
You know, Breton, I am thinking I'm actually being very good right now. I'm not doing my I told you so dance. Not to you specifically, like in general. Number of times I told people the world's gonna fucking end if we don't get our act together, and it only took divine intervention and a massive dragon sinking a island into the ocean and killing any number of people. Yep. I'm proud of
I'll
you.
make sure they write ballads about your true humility and
Restraint.
restraint. Yes, that's the one.
There you go. Restraint. The thing I am less known for. Have it included. Breton knows Ruby well enough that she's scared shitless. This is a false front. Let's go talk to the king. Or the duke. Sorry.
It takes you a moment, but eventually you are received by the Iron Duke. Not in the secret forge that you were seeing before, but back up in his lodgings. Disheveled. This man has also let his beard grow rather unkempt. It's all stately affairs have gone out the window, and he's mostly living in work clothes most of the time. But he welcomes you in. Friends, welcome. What? I'm sure we have a lot to catch up on. I have made major progress in the ritual. I feel I have a design that may work, but obviously we only have one shot, so when we want to take it, we take it.
Your plan.
Well, we have the materials to essentially make a seal. You wisely kept one, I the other half. We only have one shot at this, so we need to be sure. But I think we can make it work.
Okay.
From my reading and my research, the item we create is a vessel. It'll be a vessel. It won't. This ritual itself will not directly create a seal, but it will create an object worthy of becoming one.
Okay.
The reason for it is, from my understanding, it. Now, bear with me, because it's going to get a little complicated here. Because we're going to be forging something of great power, for a seal it needs to then be broken. We'll be forging something, we then need to create the ritual, obviously, to make it, and then an axe needs to break it.
An axe?
An act.
An
A-C-T. All of the seals that we have found and we know of were touched or created in some way by the hero, in the stories. But all of them existed as gifts or artifacts before then. Whilst they cannot be reforged into seals once more once they have been a seal, we can create an object. As what I believe the texts are telling me is that you will need to carry this. And, well, that's kind of where it falls off. It will require immense power to break it once we forge this. Not simply hitting it again with a hammer.
Breton, did we collect anything off of the people who attacked the Archknight?
We spent an hour to collect everything, didn't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the items that you were investigating earlier.
One of them, they knew the ritual, right?
They knew how to reforge the sword, yes.
They knew how to reforge the sword. They knew the ritual. If we could talk to one of them.
We might have been able to ask them, maybe.
But that's a ritual to take to functioning, or like taking a functioning seal and forging it into a ruined seal.
Which
What we
actually
need to
fixes
do is
it.
the opposite of that.
Opposite.
We're doing the opposite of that. Also, as a note, you did take their heads to be able to talk
Yeah,
to them
but
if you needed to.
Resurrection's a thing too.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I do.
I don't.
Well, we could ask them, who taught you the ritual?
Did the Archknight decapitate them, or did we?
I mean, they were already dead when you decapitated them.
Listen, my divine magic is perilously close to shot right now, but I might be able to have better luck if I can attune to this. If we still have the heads, which, do we have the heads? Do we keep them? We just have severed heads in our... Okay.
I believe you put them in the bag of colding.
Besides the veg.
Good foresight on my part. Hopefully I
Potatoes and head.
Give me an hour and a half. Let me attune to Brayla's heart and see if it helps keep my connection to my divine magic. If I can speak with one of them, I might be able to deduce who taught them the ritual. We could have a go on that. I still think, however, our best bet is while he is figuring this out, pointing to the Iron Duke, we go find the other seals. We need to go find Aureus. We need to go to Godric. We need to go to Godric and the others.
Before we do go anywhere, I'm going to pull out this black gem of what the fuckness.
Immediately, Ichabod's eyes are like, where did you get that?
Nowhere.
What do you make of it?
And I'm not being facetious when I say that. I mean, it was a place literally between places. Some might call that nowhere.
The transverse, the world between worlds.
The world between worlds, I believe, is the colloquial term.
It's been a weird week.
It's been a weird few days.
Ichabod's lip quivers. I have only had 3 of these in my possession ever. This is Selite of the rarest form. This is what I call Void Selite. This is the most powerful form of it. It is One of these crystals was used in my first experiment. The one that created Anrayne. The other, he pulls up his sleeve over the metal arm, and you see like him like take off some of the sheathing, and it reveals this vibrant, glowing crystal within his arm. And he carefully closes it back on. The third and final time I saw this was during the experiment that brought me my dear Joanna. The life crystal itself, obviously, was the center of that experiment. A crystal of that nature was the fuel. Obviously, that experiment went wrong. Partially. He puts his hand over his chest. But what you have there is some of the most powerful Selite known to this world. And you say you got it. What? In a space between? In a demi-plane?
I will use...
Yeah, hold that thought.
minor-
Brett, I'm sorry, Ruby's going to pull Brett aside for a moment and let Valymr and Ichabod do the talk.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Were you going to use Valymr?
A minor illusion just to sort of give him a gist of, you know, the glass kind of moving, shifting, the kind of... As much as I can with a minor illusion.
Sure.
See if any of it kind of resonates with him. And basically explain
Remarkable.
where we were and what we'd done in there. I guess
Absolutely remarkable.
the plane that binds all planes, I think. And
It's been written, but
well, I pocketed a piece of glass, and when coming into the real, this is what was in its place.
Real is what all the kids call it.
Remarkable. Ah, that of course, that makes so much sense. Soul crystals, Selite, coming from the beyond in such a way. I'm such a fool for not even thinking of that.
Is this something that we can use to achieve our goals?
But it is of remarkable power. It's
Enough power?
It could be very, very useful in the ritual, in the forging, or I do not have enough of it to utilize to know of all of its uses, but it very much I utilize one obviously to empower my works heavily, almost infinitely. It is a source of great arcanum. They always are. And the souls that come with them, some of the most remarkable.
There are souls then inside this.
Well,
that,
Anrayne obviously, is a warforged with a void soul. He is probably my closest friend. He is remarkable. I think his intelligence rivals mine sometimes. This is why I do not tend to dabble too much in Selite. But it does... Scratches his head. It does cause me to wonder. Selite in its natural form is clear. It grows as a clear crystal. It is only when it is infused in the process I use to create a warforged that it gains a color. It's very rare for it to naturally have color. That being said, sometimes you do find it with color. Normally they are without soul, but they have an essence of what they have captured before. We once found a vein of Selite near a great flow of lava, and it had taken to red, to a brilliant vermilion. Somehow you have captured an essence of the beyond. I don't believe there will be a soul in there, not always. It doesn't always occur. If there is, then, well, we might be able to bring them forth. If there isn't, again, it is a source of great magic.
If there is, how would we go about bringing them forth? How would we be able to tell if there is as well?
I do not have a process to ascertain if a no. Only clear crystals. I can't tell if there's a soul. We would give it to my daughter. She has a connection to all of the crystals. She would be able to speak to it.
Is she in the city right now?
On paper, yes. In actuality, no.
Helpful.
Where is she?
She's with a friend of ours.
I know we've struggled to make allies in this run, but you're going to have to be more specific than that.
She has joined up with our good friend Eolas.
Aha.
Actually, that's good.
We need
That puts
to
3
see him
seals in one place.
Yes. Break topic. Sorry to interrupt this conversation about your Warforged. When we were finding Brayla's Hot, Breton actually can explain it better than I can. We found a residue, which Astral Pariah, right?
I believe that is the terminology for them.
Do you know what they are?
Vaguely, entities from this plane.
Beyond time and space?
Yeah, there's what little has been written of them. I've read about them quite heavily in the Ritual of Seal Creation works.
Well, funny you should mention that. Every time we've had to deal with a seal except the island, that was different. That was time travel weirdness. They've shown up. anytime the king that never was involved somewhere, we see one of those.
And
Sir,
don't also forget the time that you all were discussing topics that should not have been discussed on the Earth mode, and one showed up.
Sir, I think these things are not working for us. They're not working. How to explain this? This is going to sound blasphemous to anybody who hears it.
I am not a religious man, do not worry.
And I think Breton might have been onto something. We need to take into consideration that the king that never was is actually orchestrating this. That it is not, I don't think done out of a maliciousness, but done out of an earnest test to see if we are still worthy of what he has done.
In your research, you have mentioned that it took the might of a god to forge a seal, the essence of the king himself to forge the seals. And by anything that we understand of magical power, it would take an essence of similar power to break a seal. The gods themselves forged the seals for the king that never was, and from what we understand, in preparation for his battle against Null. What if they were broken in the battle against Null? And that power is what was used to seal him away, to seal the gods away. If it is true that the king that never was and the astral pariahs are in some way responsible for rebuilding some of these seals, because some of them are breaking already, and my theories about the fact that the prophecies about the end of the world are more written fact than warnings to be prevented, that the only way these gods can once more be sealed away from Elendor is by creating a scenario the likes of which is equivalent to the king that never was battling against Null.
We needed an apocalypse.
Or we need the cusp of an apocalypse.
We need the might of a god to break something forged by something akin to a god.
It is a sound feeling. I'm not so... You could be right about the pariahs. They are often depicted as order keepers. When the planes are at their... when the strands...
We get it.
When I've spoken to you before about the strands of existence coming to meeting points, and it is in those meeting points that the flow, the order of what is set, is less defined, more malleable. Well, the pariahs are less in control at those times. They're order keepers.
I think one of them took Joanna from you originally.
Quite possibly.
There's not a lot of things that can lock something away in time. And if a seal, which I'm going to refer to your daughter as an object here for a moment, I apologize. If a seal was reforged by your hand, then whoever is behind this malign apocalypse would want them to stay that way. If I were trying to end the world, I would reforge them and then hide them. And that'd be easy to do with her.
I think it's a column A, column B scenario.
Yeah.
I do not think that they directly act against us.
I was just saying, the only other scenario I can imagine is if it was believed that these seals themselves, even once reforged into the non-seal form, would be instrumental in fighting back the apocalypse itself, then whenever these weapons, these items are reforged, they are tactfully maneuvering them in time to a place where they can be found.
Possibly. She is mentioned extensively in the Book of the Apocalypse.
It's... So they are order keepers. They keep things aligned. They are not catalysts. They do not shape things.
Cool.
It could
We still
also
gotta
be a
follow.
case of something happened, meaning to prevent the course of the apocalypse a little longer. They had to make sure something happened.
Either way, I think that's what took your daughter from you.
It would track. I have very little recollection of that time.
Either way, only one seal is left. We know that for certain. We saw it in the world between worlds. Well, I guess once again, the world after the world between worlds. The gods themselves have confirmed it. All but one seal is currently broken. All the artifacts are reforged, except one. I don't know if that would mean they would be significantly easier to find. Because, and Breton will just gesture towards the Blade of Equilibrium, they are divine and they give off energy incredible. We need to find them wherever they are now.
I think I know which one isn't broken.
That's very useful.
I was caught up in the idealization of what we were talking about. Aeolus was attacked, but he managed to defeat what came for him. Others, I'm not sure. But those that, now that you mention it, the way that Aeolus spoke last we did so, it seems he escaped death itself. Well, that's how he put it. If he is a guardian, like we have surmised in the past, but never got a firm word on.
I think we got confirmation from Aeolus himself that the crown was a functioning seal. Didn't we?
I personally did not. You may have. Either way. It is why Joanna is there with him.
Where is there?
They have set up camp at seat with the Armada.
I think that'll be our destination after we leave here then.
But you were given Zep's amulet, were you not, Valymr?
It's hanging out around my neck.
If what Breton is saying is correct, and the seals are far easier to find, I may be able to utilize it to boost the signal. Maybe get some more solid locations.
That would be fantastic.
I'm going to attune to my amulet in the meantime.
I imagine if Ruby and Breton are obviously probably stood next to each other. So if I'm stood like to their side, the amulet's just like swung over and it's like hovering over my shoulder as it's like being pushed away from the.
Oh, for the opposite side being pushed away from Breton.
Yeah. And Ruby, she's got one now as well. So
Yeah,
effect
true.
probably double.
Yeah, true.
Who needs blind sight? I can tell exactly where you are because of the amulet.
Remind us not to go invisible around you. It's a dead giveaway.
Oh, nothing could go invisible around here anyway right now with the big... Do you like it? It's my latest work.
It certainly affects this quite nicely. I'll point to the blindfold.
Oh, that is very intriguing. Adverse effects, but a useful one. I took some time off of the research. I hope you'll forgive me in making sure the Russian remained a safe haven for my people.
Makes sense.
Do you have any knowledge of an item that can help restore the magic that is expended? Slots, spells.
Oh, you mean something to revitalize yourself in magic?
Potions I've seen, but they taste like crushed dreams and sadness.
I know of the potions there, and they are limited in their power. There is, we haven't been able to. Well,
If the answer is no, the answer is no.
There is nothing more potent than those potions outside of maybe some Selite in some way. I am best to utilize that in any shape or regard, considering of what it can be. I signed when I realized how much I could create and what the manipulations of Selite was. I heavily restricted its usage, and also I don't dabble that myself.
So you could theoretically create a staff with Selite as its core to, say, make a powerful artifact that can do that?
I would not want...
At the risk of whatever theoretical souls might be contained therein.
It would be... against my nature to want to do that.
Fair enough.
But theoretically, it is possible.
I'm
You
torn now between when we go to see Joanna and why is his name blanking on me? Eolas.
And
bringing this crystal with us so that Johanna can see, I guess commune with it in a way. Or leaving it here so you can figure a way to use it in this ritual and boost our chances of creating a functioning seal.
I would not utilize it in any way, shape, or form without at least confirming with my daughter if anything resides within
Is
it.
in it. Fair. Okay. That settles that question then.
I do have some of those potions to restore those. They taste like awfulness. I do have some of that potion.
If you need them for yourself, so keep them. I'm just looking for ways to fight without blowing all of, and don't forget the expression, my load, without having to do what needs to be followed up. When we were doing the investigations at the castle, a lot of my spells were spent communication, sending, and when I needed my magic the most, with all of my spells available, I was empty. I had nothing left.
It is a Herculean effort. Just keeping everyone informed of everything that is going on. To that point too, if you also had any spare snapstones, we would greatly appreciate them.
I can provide you with some more of those for sure.
A two-way sending stone, the proper connected ones, so to contact you that way.
You have one that goes to me. Zeb has it.
Well, we have not traveled with Zeb in some time.
Right. I see the issue.
I mean, I have one that is connected to Zeb, but unless we want to play telephone, which is actually that phrase wouldn't make sense in this day and age.
I do not know what one of those is.
Unless we want to play sending stone.
We want to play rocks.
Ruby, can I see your belt for a moment? The one I gave you.
She'll take her belt off.
Give me 20 minutes.
I'll be attuning to this in the meantime. Was that belt attuned, by the way? Tune required?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Didn't think so.
Somebody has to remind me. At any point in this campaign, have any of us ever found a pearl of power?
Don't think so.
Okay. I know we don't have one on our character sheet, but I didn't know if like at some point one of us had looted one. It's just not. Did Zedaar have a pearl? Did he give the pearl away to somebody? I can't remember.
I knew we had a ring of spell storing.
I was gonna make a joke about what if we just took like 3 pearls of power, but you embedded them together in a staff. He's a master arcanist. He could probably make something like that work.
Probably could, yeah.
But if
so
you're gonna have to repronounce what the soul crystals are called, Midge, because otherwise I'm gonna call it something it's not.
Cellite.
Cellite, okay, cellite. Yeah, unless pearls themselves are also made out of cellite, in which case has the same implications of that.
Ruby has tuned out the world. She is focusing on the amulet.
Yep. He goes over to like a nearby workbench and is just like working on this belt.
Well, Valymr, it does seem that your king, your emperor even, has become quite possibly the single most important person on the planet.
I always knew he was. You can tell that was a joke, but...
While he's working as well. Oh no, go ahead.
I always knew he was important, just not exactly how important. Now, I guess, vital. I would still like to get into contact with Aureus, even though we know that the seal he protects is ruined. It would be... Like I say, all I got from him was sacrifice and sorrow. It was sorrow that you said, wasn't it? Or was it a different word?
It was sorrow and sacrifice, yes.
Yeah.
Sorrow and sacrifice. So... that could mean any number of things. But I don't know if cracking a snapstone to talk to the great dragon that his followers are only allowed to see him like twice in their entire lives. I don't know how that would go down. So maybe if I try to get into contact with Procopius, potentially?
We don't have time to play the middlemen. If the apocalypse is coming, they'll make an exception.
Unless this is the time specifically where they can't make an exception because of the last CO. It's messy, yes, I know, and not the game we want to be risking or making a mistake in. We need to check them all. In fact, making a quick list of where each and every seal is at the moment is a good idea. We know the Death Shroud is here with... we know that the Lifestone, the Heart of Elendor, and the Sun Crown are all north, with the collective against the dragons. The Blade of Equilibrium and Brawler's Heart are with us. That accounts for 6. The Platinum Chalice is still in...
With Aureus.
With Aureus. I was drawing a total blank on the name of the land.
Atria.
Atria. I was gonna say Libertania. I'm like, Libertania is not right. What the fuck? And the scales are in the Bastilian Theocracy. That's 8. The 9th is at the bottom of the ocean with the dragon that was killed at the 2nd summit. We know where all of the seals theoretically are now.
Zep retrieved the Skyfire from the bottom of the ocean. Would he have thought to check the corpse of a big fuck-off dragon while it was in the area?
I don't think Zep would be unable to not do that, knowing what I remember of Zep.
Yeah, you've got that sending stone is 3 per day. I think you've got 1 left. If you want to ask, maybe he knows what happened to the soul chain.
Sure. Without even giving that a second thought, Zep, we are currently speaking with the Duke, trying to find out information about the seals. Do you know what happened to the soul chain after the dragon sunk into the sea?
Hello again. Yeah, we have been trying to pull it up. It is unstable to say the least.
Still at the islands at the 2nd summit. And he will relay that they're still trying to pull it out of the ocean, so I think it's still there. I think it's still at the 2nd summit.
Okay. Well, I can't swim that far, and I definitely know Valymr can't.
Even if I could, I would not.
I think we can call that one a lost cause, but we can definitely get the chalice, and we could definitely go for the scales.
I'm going to take out a snapstone.
Yep.
So, is it Aureus or is it Procopius? Because one thing that I keep running in my head is, what would make Aureus sorrowful? What would make him give me the word sacrifice? If he has lost somebody, and that somebody could have been Procopius, then if I messaged Procopius, it would be a wasted snapstone. And obviously, the implications of that are horrific, to say the least, but...
That's, If you talk to Procopius, we might learn more about what's going on in Atria at the moment. But
yeah.
he might not know what's going on with Aureus, considering he can't go and speak with him any more than anyone else theoretically can.
We'd get different information from each of them if
I
we got
personally
information.
think we go to Aureus. Skip the middle management.
I still think it's a better idea to get in contact with Eladrin the Immortal, Aeolus, first, and impress upon him the significance of he is the last seal. Maybe we performed it already with the King of the Narthal. We impress upon them, we need to collect you all where we can make you safe, or hide you better yet. They can't just be up there managing their own, because when things look this grim, we may have an issue where Emperor Godric may want to return to the Rien to protect his people. Aeolus may feel the same. And while I sympathize with them wanting to protect their people, Aeolus's life takes priority at the moment, or at the very least, his sun crown takes priority.
I'd agree with that. I'd also say, at the moment, I think he is in no safer hands than Joanna's. If she is there to protect him, that could be exactly the right move as well. Right. So, who do we message first? Because it's got 7 of these, so and however many the Duke can provide as well.
I think the better question is, how quickly can we even get to these places? I mean, Ruby, you've already used a lot of energy to teleport us here for the day. I don't know if you can just keep teleporting us around multiple locations in one day. How many days is this going to take us? Because that tells us how many resources we can use without expending snapstones or other consumables.
One more teleport in me and a scroll, which I'm going to hold on to.
Scroll sounds like it should be saved for an emergency. So we could theoretically teleport as close as we can get to where the collective against the dragons was being maintained. I wish I had a better name for that. Speak with Aeolus, Godric, Joanna, let them know everything that's going on. Assuming we're not going to immediately get into a hefty fight, you could contact Procopius and Aureus with sending. But I also understand we have 7, and if Ichabod, if you were going to provide us more, I do not see the harm in using a snapstone now to contact Aureus or Procopius, whichever you prefer, Valymr. Aureus would definitely give you more, hopefully, an idea of the immediate situation with the chalice, whereas Procopius would tell us more about Atria, but which of those two things do we care more about?
I will message Aureus, I think. I think that is the more reasonable one to go for. He is the one that was specifically the protector of the seal. He's the one that gave me the message of sorrow and sacrifice. He knows what is up, and that is the information that we most desire. I'll craft a message. Just give me a moment.
In the meantime, the Iron Duke, he's been working away. He goes, I've got some more some snapstones on the 3rd cabinet, 4th drawer. You should find some more in there. Ruby, your belt. I have made some minor adjustments. I have implemented 2 things. One is an auto-injector that if you pre-prepare a potion to be within it, you can stab yourself with it and it will not require an action.
That is some cyberpunk shit! It's like you just got a gaping wound in your side, you just smack your belt, and, oh, that feels good!
It will only work once before needing a major reset of the mechanism, though. The second thing. On the right, your 9 o'clock, there is a dial. I have pre-programmed a few sending stone locations. I attuned it to the various sending stones that are already between your party. One for myself, and another goes to Joanna.
Steampunk, I think, is more...
Crystal punk, motherfuckers.
Crystal punk.
It's the whole vibe of this city.
Was that solar punk? That's a thing, I think.
Solar punk is all about like green and nature inclusive.
Yeah.
Crystal punk. This is more like arcanopunk. This is
I'm here for
not close to, but relatively adjacent to apparently what Arcane are doing. But I've only just started watching that, so.
It's very good.
Yeah, Arcane Punk, 100%. Just searching that and seeing what popped up. Yep, that's... Sorry, no. Aetherpunk. Aetherpunk is what's searched first for that. Or Aetherpunk, or also known as Arcane Punk.
Yeah, Aetherpunk is definitely what this is.
I've crafted the message.
Sure, go for
so
it.
I'm going to snap it and send the following to Aureus. My lord, we have learned that all but one seal is ruined. Only the heart of Elendor remains. Were you assaulted for the chalice?
Hold on. Let me work through. I've got to work out which of my voice changes is the correct one. So give me a moment.
Testing 1, 2. Testing. There we go.
It's not him.
That sounds like
it's
Daddy.
close enough.
No.
No. We're gonna go with
This one. We'll go with this one. My champion. I did not fight. I was asked. The denizens. They returned. My time was up. My duty served. But for the sake of everything, they had to break it. I'm sorry.
What? He was asked to break it?
Said
I think
they
Aureus is
had
dead.
to break it.
Hey! This is the equivalent of the Ancient One asking the Hulk, he gave the Time Stone to Thanos willingly?
Right, and the voice made it hard. So he said he chose not to fight them. He was asked to break it, and he basically acquiesced.
yes.
And
Why?
Did he also basically say that he's gone now?
He said his time had come.
Yeah. Is Aureus? Do I get the feeling that my sending went to somewhere on this plane?
Unlike sending stones, snapstones only work on this plane of existence. That's the other caveat.
Okay, so I think he is still alive. Okay.
And so you also can't sending to dead creatures because spirits and souls are not creatures anymore. You cannot
Correct.
contact them in that way. So that he is still alive.
So, yes, he said the denizens came, and they asked him to give it up, telling him that the time had come. He acquiesced.
That means the seals are not being broken by the disciples of Null. They're being broken by the forces that forged the seals.
That. Hey.
We don't know that it is the king that ever was is doing this. We don't know that these astral pariahs are on the same side as the king that never was. They could be a different entity altogether.
We also know that Eladrin Aeolus, I should really get used to using his proper name, Aeolus was attacked, but he managed to fight off his attackers to protect the seal. Aureus is fine, which means Atria is fine. It very likely means that these same individuals approached the Vestalian Theocracy to reforge the scales, so those are also attacked in the Theocracy. It tells us what we already knew. We need to get to Aeolus. He should be the first step in this in all things.
What about the other two seals? The scales.
The scales are in the
Okay.
Vestalian Theocracy. They are going to...
They're ruined. We know there's only one, and it's on Aeolus's head.
Well, I got that. I understand Iolus is important. I'm with you. I agree. Are we not going to go for the other seals?
Yes, but let's focus on the seal that we can protect from being broken before we worry about ones that could just be useful in the fight.
I think it's cart before the horse.
And what if we go and grab the seals and we're too late to help Aeolus?
What if we need the
help
seals to
getting
fight
a
what's coming?
connection to your magic. I can work without that. I'm still good with a glaive, whether I have magic or not.
Speaking of magic, do I feel better with my magic now that I'm attuned to the Earl's heart?
Yes. You feel like that what was restricting your healing before doesn't seem to be.
An
I'm
argument
just
could
gonna
be.
have to rely on you guys for if I get hurt. But that's just the price we gotta pay, I think. And I'm gonna turn to Ichabod. Do you have a way of getting us to Seat without us using our resources that we may need?
Absolutely. I wasn't going to make you get there on your own. I can get you there.
If you
That
can
would
do
be
that,
appreciated.
we could theoretically do both in one day. We could get to Aeolus, we could secure the situation, maybe bring him with us, retrieve the Platinum Chalice in less than a day. You still have the Ring of Spell Storing. In an emergency, we could attune to that and be back here before the day is over.
Yeah.
Okay. So, would you like to go to Seat?
I can't think of anything else that's holding us here, unless we're not. Do we want to make sure that we're actually going to get the stuff that the Iron Deer? Because like, oh yeah, so I did say I'd get you some of those potions and a handful of snapstones.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like we just teleport off. He's like, oh, I forgot to give
Okay.
it to them.
Yeah,
Scatterbrain right now.
Okay.
Any chance of Iron Man suit gear up situation?
You want to come with us? You want to help us fight the bad guys?
You're a technomancer. Come on, give us some juice.
Okay.
You know we
So
we
let
know how
me let me cue this for a moment. Okay, 007. Please don't touch. Don't touch.
Gonna have a
And bring it back in
montage.
one piece. As he hands you the keys to his new Aston Martin.
Ruby just gets the biggest grin.
Come on, Q.
Well, if you're teleporting, you'll have to come back for one thing that I was working with Zep on. But first of all, yes, let me. He rummaged around. 2 of the potions of spell restoring. Spell restoration. Here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 snapstones.
Okay.
That brings us up to 17. I just used one. We had
I was gonna
7.
say-
I used.
Oh, I thought we got 6 plus 11 would be 17. You're correct.
Okay. Do we want to split those up now, or do we want to have one person hold on to all of them and then just hand them out when needed?
I'll say we can each carry some, but one person should just have the total on their character sheet, just so we don't forget how many we have.
I already have an entry for them, so I'll check them in.
Okay, sure, then you can do it. I would also ask if you had any. God damn it! Now I'm gonna have to German. I would also ask if you have any emergency healing potions, but we're asking a lot already.
No, I can get you some healing potions. The apothecary here is the only industrial scale apothecary lab left. We have been pumping healing potions for the war effort relentlessly, and we tripled production ever since Cleric's hold weakened. The real thing that I'm currently struggling with is the mining of diamonds. We are behind on that. They
Even
are
so,
very
that-
scarce.
That magic is unusual right now. We have reason to believe.
So I have heard as well. How many healing potions would you like me to acquire?
I understand the scarcity of diamonds. I need one.
I don't have one to hand.
What quality or tier are we talking of potions? Are we talking our standard potions? We've still got a fair few in our. We don't actually have a bag of holding anymore. I don't think so. I think we're just going to be loosely clearing it. We've got 10 potions of healing still in our 11 potions that are still technically working.
Yes, those are reacquired.
Yeah, because we marked off all the ones that were on the ship because that went down with the ship.
Mm-hmm.
But more powerful ones for emergencies, ones for people who are as close to death as one can get but not gone over yet to come back from the brink.
Give me 15. I will contact the head logistician and I'll see what I can pull. Anything else before I make the requests?
I feel guilty asking for any more.
Dealing with what you are dealing with, I do not feel like guilt comes into it.
The world may seem it is ending, Ichabod, and I understand the sentiment, but man as I am, I feel that when we finally breach through this into the green day after, I will feel that guilt for the rest of my life and ask for what we asked for. So he turns to the others. He's like, Breton doesn't feel comfortable asking, what are you guys gonna ask for?
I would ask, would you potentially have a ring of protection that is a boost over the ring that I have now?
What is the ring that you have now?
I have a +1.
He would not.
Okay.
Not unless he spent a lot of time making one.
Roll time stop.
It'd be a times of the essence.
I wish. The amount of things I could get done. I do not have time stop readily available, no.
Staff of Fire?
I know your affinity to fire, but my preclusion and hate of it is prevents me from making such a tool. But here is a quick illustrated history of the Night of the Firestorm. I encourage you to read it.
This is what gave Zeph nightmares then.
No, something completely different.
This is like going camping and asking the park ranger for a match, and he just hands you a guide of Smokey the Bear and how you can prevent forest fires.
I get that you're trying to be, a really nice guy. So don't take this personally, but okay, I'm good.
You should have gone a step higher. You should have asked for a staff of power.
Got one of those?
I have my limitations with what I have lying around. I know someone with a staff of power. You could ask to borrow it, but he's a little crinkly with a little hold and a little on the undeath side.
This is not something that I wish for you to do right now. This is not times of the essence situation, but if you have the time, and I'm going to pull out James's broken rifle, could you repair this?
Of course.
I assume he knows what it is, and
yeah. As the inventor of gunpowder, as well as life itself, in terms of robots, he understands what a gun is.
Yeah, but that it's James's gun,
yes,
and
no,
not that it's just it's just a gun.
He understands.
Is there a shop in town anywhere in Legendland that might have a staff of fire? Sorry to be beating around the bush.
I will ask around, but every artifice or mage was requisitioned for the war effort way before the apocalypse. So, if they had public stock available or private stock, it's going to be limited already.
Well, I don't have anything else to ask for.
So we all wait for another hour or so while he puts in the word towards the potion factory to see what potions they have available to spare for us.
Yep.
How about some adamantine heavy armor for Valymr?
If you had such a prize, I would not say no.
You would be forfeiting your dex bonus in your ability to stealth and stuff and play armor. You realize?
He was asking for, because what are you wearing right now, Valymr? An adamantine
breastplate.
Breastplate.
Were you asking for an adamantine half plate?
Or full plate?
I don't know the differences.
Because
something to boost
half
the
plate is
AC,
the
'cause
only
I
medium
feel like
armor that is higher than breastplate. Because breastplate's 14 plus dex, half plate is 15 plus dex plus 2.
that if he okay, sure, that if that's possible.
And I could take his old one.
Adamantine is very rare. We don't have... Put it this way. We do not have enough to make a full set of adamantine half-plate. We could, however, cobble enough together to upgrade your current breastplate to half-plate. With extra armaments, etc. I could send you down to the forges.
I mean, yeah, that seems like a...
Could you, in theory, judging by how much material that would need, could you make another breastplate and enchant them to magically boost how much protection they give?
I can... To drop the roleplay for a moment. He could probably find a breastplate that's superior, but not one with the adamantium properties. If you want just a better breastplate, he can try and find one, or requisition one, or make one that would take time.
Yeah, which leads my point of, I don't think yours is magical, Valymr. I think it's just an adamantine breastplate. How quickly could he theoretically put a +1 enchantment on it?
I haven't opened my enchanting.
We haven't crafted in a really long time. It's something we did.
I haven't in a really long time.
Well, in the early campaign, we had a lot of travel time, so we had a lot of time to do it. But once we got the skyship and started bamfing around, like the time frame for the camp has crunched down so significantly for how quickly we get around.
Index Codex. Give me a moment on the calculations.
My idea is, like, if you could get an adamantine breastplate and stuff set up, like, we could, because Ruby would love to have one of those too, I'm sure. Like, just get both of you a +1, and that could go a long way in helping both of you out. Because a +1 breastplate's the same as half plate in that regard, and you don't gain a stealth penalty on it, which is also nice.
To be fair, we have not done that much stealth.
As I said, we're past the point of a lot of things. Being sneaky seems, hopefully, isn't one of them. But I mean, you've got Breton with you, so it's not like sneaky's ever going to be an option.
I'm not. That's yeah.
My way of being sneaky is if I kick down the door hard enough, they may not hear how heavily I'm charging the roof.
Flashbangs are also stealth.
Yeah, that's exactly. It's like, listen, if I just kick the door hard enough, they won't realize I'm on them because they'll be like, what the fuck just kicked?
It's like we were talking about earlier with Batman. He rolled stealth through intimidation checks.
Okay, he can do it. It will take some time. But he is a proficient enough artificer that it overcomes some of the negatives from adamantium to increase its protection level. So,
yeah, I mean, if he wants to engrave some runes in this, then I'm up for it.
Okay.
I think the idea being, it depends on how long we're talking about. Because if it's going to take him a day to do it, that means a day either we're waiting around or a day that you're leaving your armor here with him.
It will take him let me see.
We do have the mithril breastplates in there to make up for this while you're not wearing it, but...
Because we do plan on coming back here after Johanna looks in the crystal.
Yeah, the idea is, well, we also may jump to Aurea still too, because if we have time and how spent we are, we may feel fine doing that, and we can get back to here by the end of the day. So there are options for how we approach this. But ultimately, that falls to your decision, because this is your armor you're getting the bonus on and leaving behind, or etc.
Yeah, I guess we'll see how long it takes first. If I remember rightly, wasn't it that in your crafting system or enchanting system, adamantine was harder to enchant than other materials.
Yeah. There's a few
I
things.
suppose you can't be crit is just an enchantment all of its own.
There's that, and it also, like, in a sword form, adamantine overcomes magical resistances, so it itself is resistant, or is almost like a magic breaking item. So it takes a little more. I'm trying to head math it. It will take probably at least a half day to enchant.
Okay. That's right in the awkward spot of
Yes.
a day would be I'd leave it behind. A couple of hours would be, we wait. 6 or 12 hours is like, what do we feel about that? Did we want to take 12 hours so that Ruby can go and have a look at the stores in Legrungsland or in?
Well,
in
he
Rechen
said he's gonna make people do the footwork and have it requisitioned. Is the thing.
Staff
He's
of
not
Power,
gonna make
Staff of Fire, Staff of the Magi. I'll take whatever staff I can get right now. But this Bloodwell Vial is incredibly antiquated. I had it at level 7, it's now 16, and I'm feeling a little left behind here.
I like the idea of everybody's like talking, like, and Breton's just like, I'm fine, thank you.
In terms of potions, he manages to get you 3 superior healing potions.
1 to each.
Yep.
And 8 greater.
That doesn't divide evenly amongst each. Do any of us have a greater?
No.
Greater healing potion?
Then 3 to Ruby, 3 to Valymr. I'll take 2 of them. Because I got the potion of Cloud Giant Strength, so I feel like I've already got my kick-ass potion.
Okay, at
So
those
I'm getting 3 greater healing potions?
Yep.
Yeah, so 1 superior to each, and you guys get 3 greaters each.
Yeah. There's currently, like I said, he doesn't have enough adamantine in stock to make, like, to do a full set of armor. It would be upgrading certain armor sets. He can try to find some more armor in some of the, like, see what's being forged, seeing what they've got, see what's being pulled from the mines right now, but that's, again, going to take some time if you're trying to requisition stuff. It would be a back order, most likely.
Would be faster to upgrade my breastplate into half plate with adamantine, or to enchant the breastplate? Because if one takes just a short amount of time, then
so it would be to upgrade. It could be done without you present. To create new armor pieces, it would have to be fit to you, so people would have to take measurements. It's going to take more time with you present. But probably actual creation, probably about the same amount of time. Because, like, for example, half plate, all you're missing is, like, pauldrons, vambraces, leg guards.
If that's a matter of it, I mean, we can take an hour or 2 for you to get your measurements done, while, again, Ruby just runs around and see if we can't requisition something from the artificers. Maybe she gets lucky in town.
Staff of the Magi, Staff of Power, Staff of Fire. I'll take anything at this point.
Is there a way to do superior health potions? Because I can't find them in the items doodad.
Potion of superior healing it was in the items of doodad. Potion of supper, or potion of sup. And there you go. Should pop right up. Yeah. No, graders are 44 plus 4, and superiors are 8d4 plus 8. Those are your emergency. I'm dying.
Yeah.
I still don't see it.
I will try dragging one into the party sheet. See if you can grab one of those.
That would be handy as hell.
Potion of greater, potion of greater, potion of greater. 3 graders for you, and
I found the graders. It's just the superior that I was struggling with.
Okay. And superior. I don't think those dragged into the party sheet. Can you? I don't know if I can drag stuff into the party sheet.
I think I have to.
Yeah.
Okay. I will say, I'm also going to make a note of, I'm going to pull some of these potions of healing out of here as well, and put them onto Baron's personal sheet. One, because I'd like to just... Nope, that's your superior normal potions.
Kindly. And it was one potion of superior.
Yeah, one superior each is what we got.
Did that go into the sheet?
The superior did, yes.
Okay. I didn't see it go into the sheet for me, so I was like, huh?
Alright,
Yeah, I did, because I was very specific. Like, I was tracking potions of healing and over. I'm like, don't track the potion of superior healing over. Don't make a mistake in this.
So I got 3 greaters, 2 healings, and 1 superior.
Ruby, why don't you give me a luck check? Just D20 roll. We'll see what I can
I'll
find.
say, Breton will go along. Breton loves finding unique potions because we've talked about it before. Breton loves potions of heroism. They're his favorite. My favorite.
I have one of those.
We have not used our inspiration for the day. Could she re-roll that?
Absolutely.
Because we're right at the end of the
You
session.
are
might
right
as
at
well.
the end of the session, so.
Yeah.
Come on! I'm trying, man. I'm
When did
trying
you
so
think
bad.
I would ever roll well?
work with
You
us
know
here.
my curse. When the
Then you
chips
should have
are-
let me roll, because I'm also going with you.
when the chips are on the table and it all comes to matter when it matters, I will roll like ass every time. Do not let me do that.
Do I also get a roll mage because I'm going with her to look for things?
I will let you have one roll, yes.
Super kind of you. So magnanimous. That is a 16 for me.
Okay.
I would say, while I am looking for things, I would prefer my luck to go to her because I do feel like she has been getting a little shafted on this, and not in a good way.
If it needs to wait until after session, we can talk.
Oh, it would. I'm taking this into account for post. I'm gonna try and find. I'm gonna go roll
Yeah,
something.
super sorry for all the table talk at the end of session here, guys, but we have clearly lots of important stuff to work through before we get to the important stuff we're gonna have to work through.
Yeah,
We're
no.
decompressing because next session is going to be full fucking stress.
Probably.
If you forgot, we only mentioned it like 10 times a session. The sky is the ending outside, literally ending. Demons just raining from the heavens.
Yeah. So I'm getting the orders in live, letting the players like verbalize it out, so you don't come back to next week of yes, they're all in mech suits.
Dun, 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 dun.
So with this,
Yeah, Mitch, if I could get a belt of hill giant or a fire giant strength, that'd just be swell.
wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be fantastic?
40,000 gold pieces worth of magic items.
Yeah.
So we're kind of merging into the Baldur's Gate universe as well. Can I have a potent robe? Oh, that'd be nice. I like that potent robe.
Before, right, he puts in the request for all of the items. I suppose I should show you what me and Zep have been working on before you go.
Yeah.
It's not finished yet, but
Hold on, before you show us, we need to take what humor we can from these trying times. He looks for the others. Over or under, do you think it's a gun, a mode of transportation, or a shield?
Mode of transportation.
I'm gonna go with shields.
Then I'll take gun.
how about all of the above?
He made an Iron Man suit!
He made a mech suit. He made a mech suit.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to call you out, Mage, but I'm just like, I feel like we've hit a trend here.
Is this actually Lancer? We just didn't realize it yet.
This is the combination of the work of myself, the inventor of the firearm, and Zep, a leading aether theorist.
Aeronautical designer.
Yeah, aeronautical engineer. Of course, it's a gun with wings. No. Anyway,
It's just a drone.
Wings is basically a dragon.
He takes you outside and points. This, I call it the Blackbird. No,
Is it an SR-71?
that's what
B-52 bomber.
Well, we digress. We joke, but it's not far off. In the private dry dock of the Iron Duke, you see the sleekest, not massive, it's not a big freighter. It is not a giant sky galleon, but there is clearly a skyship craft of a sleek, thin design piercing through the sky. It seems like there is no like gem above, but it seems from what you can see there are two like cages, almost like artillery spheres over two fixed wings.
Jet.
With like crystals inside of them, with luft crystals inside it, and a sleek gilded coating that is almost iridescent in light. It's probably the size of
Frigate.
passenger plane, like a luxury liner. But also on the top you see a modified spell cannon.
Hell yeah.
In like a rear turret, and then there are also what seem to be auto-loading crossbows mounted beneath the wings.
It's the SSB Normandy. It's from Mass Effect. I love it.
What I'm hearing is he's not going to teleport us to Seed. We're going to fly there in this thing. It's going to take us like 5 hours, and we're going to halo jump down.
This is not finished yet. We're still working out some of the quirks. But I present to you the Skyfire Mark II until it gets a proper designation.
Zup has been a busy boy. Not to diminish your own effort, I'm sure, but you all have clearly been working. I don't know what they put in the coffee here, but it seems like you all just don't ever need to sleep.
Oh, no, we should sleep. That's why it's not ready yet. You know, you have to redo things. Plus, there's a lot of testing. Sometimes, it had a test flight recently where it kept spinning. It's not, not quite done. But,
Jarvis, we're on the clock.
I'm hoping to have this finished very soon.
I'm sure you'll have it done before tomorrow.
Maybe. Either way. With that, I'm going to end today's session. Thank you so much for everyone who's been out. Of course, thank you to DM Lake, to Bethany Rose, and to Lord Lambert. I've been Midgeman. We have been the Elendor Chronicles crew. Join us tomorrow for more Belgard Goodbye, our current open jungle game. But until then, if you want to see this show, we'll see you next time. Bye-bye now, everybody.